All right, Madam Chair, we are broadcasting and recording. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Welcome everybody to the Delta Independent Science Board meeting for January 2023. And let's kick things off with an overview of the public comment process. Is there a problem? No, okay. Okay, so for those of you who are participating remotely, we can take written questions and comments. You can email your public comments and questions to disb@deltacouncil.ca.gov. Okay, good. There's the email address now showing. If you do go this route, any request, indicate the agenda item that you'd like to comment on, or what question you have. If you prefer to provide oral comments and questions, use the raise hand function in Zoom or send an email to disb@deltacouncil.ca.gov during that agenda item which you'd like to provide public comment, or ahead of time you can comment. And then as you're commenting, feel free to introduce yourself by stating your name and affiliation. That's optional. And that's that should cover it. So we do encourage folks to contribute to our meetings. And now we'll just start with the roll call among the board members, if we can get back to that view. Steve.
Good morning and happy New Year, everyone. Steve, random declarations.
Okay, Steve, just FYI, you are breaking up a little. It seems like a little rough internet connection this morning. So we'll just enjoy that slower way of speaking. Virginia.
Hi, I'm Virginia Dale from University of Tennessee, and I have no new conflicts.
Tom.
Holzer, USGS retired, no conflicts.
Anna.
Anna Mikulak, Carnegie Institution for Science, no new declarations.
Bob.
Bob Nyman, University of Washington, no new declarations.
Obey. Oh, we lost Obey. He was here a minute ago. He must be having technical problems. All right, we'll move on. Inga.
Inga Werner, I have no new conflicts.
Thank you. And I'm Lisa Major, and I also have no new conflicts. And if Obey shows up, we'll let him get back in here. Okay, so what? Go ahead.
I'm gonna declare no new conflicts too. Tanya Heikela.
Oh, I'm sorry, Tanya. You want
Okay.
I
just jumped right in.
you.
I'm here.
Sorry, Tanya. You matter. You do. I don't know how I skipped you. Sorry. More coffee. I'm going to drink more coffee now. Okay, let's talk about the agenda. So we have some reports from the council and the Delta Science Program. We haven't had those in a while, so that'll be good to catch up. We're going to talk about where we are with the Delta Conveyance Project reviews. And then we're going to discuss updates on other Delta ISB activities. And we're working towards developing a work plan that we will present to the Delta Science Council in March. So first, before we move into our first agenda item, are there any public comments?
There are none.
Very good. So we'll move on to agenda item 2, which is the chair's report on business matters. So good news, the new California Sea Grant State Fellow, I'm going to say her name wrong, Kyra Wallace, will start March 2023. She's just gotten her master's degree at Scripps, and Tanya Heikela, who is not to be forgotten, was on the committee that helped select her. And so Tanya, would you like to add anything about our new Sea Grant Fellow?
Sure. I'll just say that the search committee for the Sea Grant Fellow was, we were all just thoroughly impressed with Kyra's skills and her fit with the fellowship position. She has just excellent interdisciplinary experience. She has good writing experience. She's done a lot of research assistance internationally and domestically, and she has just a really tremendous background looking at oceanography issues around aquaculture in California, and she's done some work with ArcGIS, looking at how she can present her findings to policymakers. And so I really think her skills fit very well with the work we do at the ISB, and we really look forward to having her as part of our team.
Thank you, Tanya. So yes, we'll be slotting her into projects very soon. I see Obe has rejoined. Obe, would you just like to say your name and whether you have any new declarations?
Jayanta Vesekar, I have no new declarations. Thank you.
Thanks and welcome back. Okay, so other news. Well, another reminder that we are still in the market for a chair-elect. So please consider if you'd like to be nominated for that position. I will be calling. And then let's see, third, as part of our meeting package, we received several correspondences. So from various individuals, we received 3 letters pertaining to something that we've been receiving comments on. The Delta Conveyance Project is not a solution to drought and climate change. We received 3 more of those type letters. From Deirdre Desjardins, we received a paper about co-production of knowledge, a briefing about best available science as applied to the Delta Conveyance Project. Well, it's relevant to that discussion we had, and then information on long COVID and cognitive impairment. And so we thank folks for communicating with us. Are there any public comments or questions at this point? Bob?
Well, I don't have any comments on what you just said, but just to let you know, at least on my computer, there's a slight echo when you speak. And it's hard to understand. I really have to focus. I don't know if that can be fixed or not.
It sounds fine on my end. And so I wonder if it might be sort of a choice of speaker versus microphone on your side. So I can hear Lisa very well. I also had trouble hearing Steve at the start.
The same for me.
Hear you, and I can hear everyone else quite well, but not Lisa.
That's a mystery, Bob. Sometimes those things resolve after a little bit of time. The software seems to learn. But if not, maybe you might consider switching to speaking, headphones or something might help.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
And there, oh,
Yeah, go ahead.
oh, and sorry, I just want to say there are no public comments.
Thank you, Evan. All right, so we'll move on to agenda item 3, and that is the report from the chair of the Delta Stewardship Council, Virginia Medueno, who's joined us. So welcome, Virginia.
Great. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Lisa, to all the members of the ISB. Happy New Year. Looking forward to another great year and working with you and in collaboration with you. Just a few updates. First and foremost, I'll let you know that we have a new council member, Councilmember Diane Burgess, who is a Contra Costa County supervisor and also the chair of the Delta Protection Commission. Diane is going to be replacing, not that he can be replaced, but she's taking Don Natoli, Supervisor Don Natoli, on the council. So we're excited about having her join us at our upcoming January 26th meeting. A few items that are going to be on our council agenda for this month of January. One is our Delta Stewardship Council annual report, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in just a few minutes. A report on the Delta Conservancy presentation, Delta Protection Commission presentation, and we'll have a presentation on the current science synthesis efforts of the council. And this is going to be presented by the State of Bay Delta Science and the National Center for Ecological Analysis and Synthesis. There will also be a presentation by the Department of Water Resources on ecosystem restoration efforts across the Delta. And we will also get a presentation by the Delta Conveyance Authority on the Delta. A few other items that I wanted to mention. There is going to be a DPIC restoration subcommittee. They'll be hosting a restoration forum on February 8th, if you're interested. And I apologize because my dogs just ran by, and if they bark, I'm so sorry. But that restoration forum is happening again on February 8th from 3 to 6. And it will be held at the Delta Conservancy's office in West. It will be virtual, so you can all participate. And the forum really seeks to gather input and encourage collaboration and learn more about the implementing ecosystem restoration in the Delta and the Suisun Marsh. And we will send information on the registration, and you could probably hear my dog. Oh, sorry. One more item, and I'm sure Laura will be mentioning this. We're really excited about a Delta resident survey that's going to be coming out later this month. So we're super anxious to hear and see how this data is going to be collected and what it's going to yield. And then lastly, again, we will be, I'm going to unmute and get them. So
Life in the time of Zoom, I think, you know, for the, so.
So sorry about that. That's one of the pitfalls of working from your home office. Again, the council every year puts an annual report together. And this really is an opportunity to showcase the progress made towards the state's co-equal goals for the Delta. The staff will present at our January 26th meeting last year's annual report to highlight again our work in pursuit of equitable science and science-based solutions. Our 2022 annual report touches on the ways in which we implemented and amended the Delta Plan, and more specifically is going to focus on environmental justice issues, levee investment prioritization, and I should say with all of these storms that we've had, there's no better timing than to talk about these investment prioritizations. We're going to be covering covered action and appeals procedures, and of course the Delta Plan performance measure trends. The report will also focus on the Delta Science Strategy advancements, I should say, and the 2022-2026 Science Action Agenda. And some of the topics that are going to be addressed in the annual report will also include understanding the origins and deficiencies of the Central Valley Chinook salmon, measuring carbon sequestration, which seems to be really top of mind for the Valley and in particular here in the Delta, subsidence reversal and climate resiliency in tidal wetland restoration sites. All of this and more will be hosted online for, again, in our on our annual report in a story mat format and will be available on our annual reports webpage starting next week. So that's a little bit about what I had to report. Super excited about this new year. We've already started with a kick. I've been already meeting with some legislators throughout the state. Just had a great meeting with newly elected Congress member John Duarte from this area. And anytime I have an opportunity, not only do I talk about the Delta Stewardship Council and our role, but I always take the opportunity to mention our 10-member independent science board and this amazing collaboration that we have with all of you. So with that, Lisa, I'll turn it back over to you.
Well, that's very kind, Virginia. It looks like we already have a question from Tom. I predict it will be about levies. Go ahead, Tom.
Virginia, you used the term sequestration, and I just wanted to confirm you're talking about the deep injection of CO2, not the subsidence reversal.
Correct. Yes, that's
Okay.
correct. And good
Nothing
morning.
Sorry. Oh, so I was wrong. Nothing about levies. Okay. Well, I know Tom has given some thought to levy prioritization. So, okay. Any other questions for Virginia? It does sound like a lot of exciting stuff going on, Virginia. So we're very glad to have that. Before you leave, we also need to check with the public. Do we have any questions from the public?
Yes, we have one public comment from Deirdre Desjardins. Deirdre, you have the ability to unmute your microphone. Thank you.
Thank you. Deirdre Desjardins with California Water Research. And I wanted to say the condition of the levees in the Central Valley is, and throughout the state, is now a huge matter of statewide focus. The Senate Climate caucus, the Senate came up with a Senate climate budget plan last year that proposed to invest $1 billion in upgrading the state's aging levees, and we advocated for it, but almost none of the money made it into the final budget. The Department of Water Resources is investing in modeling of routing of the arc storm flood flows, and the arc storm would be like the three-week sequence of storms that we've had, but go on for another week. And if this had gone on for another week, there would have been major flooding. Anyway, I'll forward you some of the coverage, and I'm working on a bit of a brief. It's a moving target to try and look at how climate is impacting storms. So anyway, thank you very much. And I think there will be renewed interest in the Delta levies and the Delta levy investment strategy as well.
Thank you, Deirdre. Yeah, you raised some important issues, and we did see you quoted in some news articles. So we appreciate you keeping your eye on that topic. Virginia, did you want to add anything? Or
no, just thank you to Deirdre for her comments. And absolutely, you know, we in California have never seen quite so much activity condensed in such a short period of time. I worked the floods of 2000, well, what is it, 97, 98. And that was obviously totally different. It didn't have anything to do with the current trend that we experienced with these clusters of storms that we got. But yes, the levees, to Deirdre's point, have definitely recaptured people's attention. And I think that's why it's going to be hugely, hugely important to continue to have this dialogue and these meet and greets with our state legislators. They need to know how important these levees are and the investments that need to be made.
thanks, Virginia. It looks like Obe has a question. Don't forget to unmute, Obe.
Thank you, Lisa. And maybe for Virginia, you know, this series of storms we have seen, particularly the frequency of atmospheric river type, you know, events. I was wondering if there is an effort to understand if this is a new normal that's arriving sooner than later, maybe, or any kind of research on that at the state level or in DWR or any one at the council level.
You know, it's a great question, Obi, and I'm going to say that is completely out of my grade, but I'm going to say that is a great question for Laurel Larson, and I don't know if she's on, but if she is, I just had an opportunity to hear her speak on one of the news stations in terms of the frequency and just the unusual, if you will, activity that we just had with all of these subsequent storms. So Laurel, if you're on, it would be great if you could help me address this with Obi.
Yes, I am on. And Obi, thanks for the question. Yes, there has been a lot of research into atmospheric rivers in particular. It's a phenomenon the scientific community has really just been coming around to understanding in the past decade or so. And I'd say understanding is continuing to grow at a rapid pace. There is a center for prediction of atmospheric rivers that is, I would need to look it up really quickly because I don't remember which university it is, but at one of the UCs, there is a Center for Prediction of Atmospheric Rivers. And so they're probably at the forefront here. And interestingly, there's a spot bill right now within the legislature to provide more funding and maybe it's unclear what sort of direction is going to be tied to that funding, but directed towards that center. But yes, these types of events are anticipated to become more frequent in the future. I don't know the answer to the question as to whether or not they're arriving sooner than expected, but I could try to find out.
Thank you, Laura. It's good.
Thanks, Laura. Bob, you had a question?
Well, I have a general question, not just for Virginia, but perhaps for the rest of the ISAB. I was wondering if we could get an overview of the consequences of those storms, especially on the levees, on, like, say, other aspects of the Delta system. How resilient or how resistant was it to the series of storms? It would be really nice, especially for many of us who live outside the region, to have somebody give us a short briefing on what the social and environmental consequences of those storms were on the Delta. Anyways, general question, something to think about, certainly for the next meeting.
Yeah, Bob, thanks for that suggestion. We'll put that in the hopper and see what we can do about that. Okay, now, if there are no more questions, I will move us on to the next agenda item, which is number 4, the Delta Lead Scientist Report.
Great. Well, thank you. And I am very much looking forward to this conversation that we're going to have today. It's been a while and there's a really meaty update to share with you. And Bob, just to your question, I am going to start out this presentation with a bit of a briefing that probably isn't quite at the level that you would like to see. I think someone potentially from the Delta Protection Commission would be a good person to invite to a future meeting, but hopefully it will begin to address at least some of your questions that you might have. So I'm just rearranging a few things on my screen, and let me go ahead and give you a preview of what we'll be talking about today. So I'm going to start out with this briefing on recent atmospheric river events, and then go into a few quick announcements. And then I'll have a more detailed report out from the harmful algal blooms workshop that took place in November. I'll give you a preview of the State of Bay Delta Science Edition that is about to come out in San Francisco Estuary and Watershed Science. And then I'll pause and ask if the group has any questions on any of those items, and then I'll move into a briefing on the scientific basis supplement report for the proposed voluntary agreements, and turn it back to Lisa for a discussion of what the board would like to contribute with respect to that recent release. So where do we stand in terms of water in the state? I think you've all seen the media coverage, the national media coverage, and are aware that that there's been a federal disaster declaration for the state of California as a consequence of these storms. If we look at the Central Sierra precipitation over on the left and the Northern Sierra precipitation over on the right, we see consistently that we are on track with either the wettest or the second wettest water year on record. But I think it's also important to recognize that anything can happen still. The spigot could get shut off and we could have what ends up being about an average amount of precipitation for this water year. The good news is that we're not likely to be far below average for this water year, given what we've received already. So that's in terms of precipitation. If we look at snowpack, the situation is even a little more rosy. We see that the state is, I know that there are some places that are reporting well over 200% of normal for this date within the year. And in terms of percentage of the April 1st average, we're at 100% minimum in the Northern Sierra. It's gone up since then because we did have a pretty substantial storm overnight that isn't reflected in these slides. And the situation's even better in the Central Sierra and Southern Sierra. So doing quite well right now for snow water equivalent. I think we need to cross our fingers and toes and hope that conditions stay warm or stay cool in the mountains, because last year one of the issues was that we had a lot of early season snow, which then proceeded to melt, leaving almost no snowpack during the beginning of the dry season. So let's hope that conditions remain conducive for long-term storage of the snowpack. I know that flooding still remains a concern if we were to, say, experience warmer conditions and receive a major rain on snow event. If we go further down in the watershed and look at reservoir levels, I'd like to point out they are variable statewide, and this is just because the reservoirs throughout the state vary pretty dramatically in size, and the larger reservoirs have a lot more space that remains to be filled, but reservoirs are doing much better than they were about a month ago. I've just pulled out some data from reservoirs that are relevant to management of fish species and management of the Delta. And we see that Shasta is at 86.8% of the historical average for this time of year. And so Oroville is, sorry, I'm wondering why these bars aren't lining up. Oroville's at 106.2% of the historical average for today. San Luis is at 66%, and Folsom is at 125.2. Folsom is one of the smaller reservoirs in the system feeding the Delta. I pulled a really neat image that's available on NASA's EOS webpage, and I encourage you to visit this webpage if you get a chance, because this is actually a slider bar that you could pull over to look at satellite imagery of the Delta and its watershed between December 16th of 2022 and January 1st of 2023. So this doesn't even reflect about half of the storms that we received, but you could see there's a pretty dramatic contrast in terms of snowpack in the Sierra Nevadas. And one of the things I saw in the news yesterday is that right now, worldwide, the largest snowpack of any mountain system is here in the Sierras. The other thing that I want to point out, though, is the flooding, particularly close to Wilton. So there has been significant flooding along the Cosumnes River, which joins with the McCulloughney River before flowing into the Delta. And this is probably much of the footage that you've seen in the media, but the Cosumnes River ended up breaching through its levees in at least a dozen different locations. These were privately owned levees, and some of these breaches were substantial. There was one breach that was over 2,000 feet. That water ended up flooding Highway 99, which is this white line that you see here. It caused several deaths. Cars got submerged. The freeway was underwater for several days. And just to put some numbers to this, near Sacramento at the time of flooding, or at the time of this flood along the Cosumnes River, there was a recorded discharge of 63,700 cubic feet per second. So the town of Wilton was highly impacted here. This area is predominantly agricultural, so agricultural fields got flooded. It's in the jurisdiction of Reclamation District 800, which is a consortium of agricultural landowners. That reclamation district ended up spending more than 1.5 million, which is 3 times its annual budget to fill the hole. So there have been some severe economic consequences of this flooding. Some of the breaches have been very hard to access, which has been a challenge in responding to the flood. And I know that that reclamation district did ask Department of Water Resources and FEMA for emergency funding to make some of these repairs. If we are thinking about flooding within the Delta, though, this area is upstream of the Delta. There has been minor flooding within the Delta. The McCulloughney River went over bank in the vicinity of Wimpy's. I don't know if that's one of the restaurants that the ISB went to on one of its tours. I think maybe in the past it has been, but there was flooding in the vicinity of Wimpy's. There was an RV park in Walnut Grove that experienced flooding. There were 2 levee breaches within the Delta at McCormick Williamson Tract and potentially another at Van Sickle Island. This is what I've heard from the planning department. Both of those were somewhat anticipated with relatively low consequences. And so just in terms of the flooding and the flooding response, the State Federal Flood Operations Center was activated during this sequence of storms. It's a center that monitors conditions and is formed to keep local and partner agencies informed of the elevated river levels and vulnerabilities with respect to flooding. Levee inspectors were deployed and were quite active during this series of storms. And so in terms of the response, and I've heard this from people in our planning division too, the response unfolded as has been anticipated in preparation for events like this and was pretty good overall. I know you all have seen the Sacramento Weir on one of your field trips. It has the boards at the top, and just so you know that the Sacramento Weir was not flowing during these events. The boards weren't pulled, and so there were some more stops that could yet be pulled out in order to alleviate potential flooding. I do have a few images of where these levee breaches occurred along the Cosumnes River, and here's the McCullumney River. Hopefully this looks familiar to you from some of the field trips you've been on and gives you a better sense for where these flood events occurred. The flooding has had some benefits for the Delta too. And one item that's really noteworthy here is that the Fremont Weir was opened up. And so the Yolo bypass is now inundated, which you could see from this Twitter image. And then Henry DeBay, the Deputy Executive Officer for Science, was actually able to get out there over the weekend and shared this photo with us. This is really good news for fish because fish use this as really valuable rearing ground. There have been a number of studies that show that when you inundate floodplains, and I know I'm preaching to the choir here, but when you inundate floodplains, you generate a large amount of phytoplankton and zooplankton, and there are large food web benefits. The turbidity right now, the high turbidity levels help native fish species evade predation. Some of the other good news for fish is that Shasta Dam is, after a long time, beginning to fill up, and that dam in particular is vital for maintaining a cold water storage pool for releases for Chinook salmon later in the season. So that's the good news. It does provide a somewhat hopeful end for what has been a really bad season for winter run Chinook salmon. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service only counted 160,000 juvenile winter run Chinook salmon in the Sacramento River this year, which is down from an average of 1.3 million. So that's a really dramatic drop that was a consequence of the drought. It's the lowest number ever recorded. It's about a quarter of last year's count and just 12% of average. So I think scientists are hopeful that this recent sequence of storms and the good conditions that it tends to promote for native fish species can result in some recovery. But we did have a really horrible year for winter run. And that's all I have in terms of that briefing. I hope that addresses some of the questions that you had. I think I'll pause there before getting into the announcements to see if there's any questions. And, I think we're still also learning about what these evolving consequences are. We'll do our best to find out the answers to any questions you have, but we might not have all the answers just yet. So Steve.
Hi, can you guys hear me any better?
Yes. Yeah, you sound good.
Great. I apologize. I'm actually on a boat and my internet is going to be intermittent. Given that we're all sort of immersed in EIR and EISs, is anything of this atmospheric river and the flooding and anything that's happened alter any of our any of the assumptions or opinions or consequences of going through with the project? Is there any connections at all, or that you can see?
Going through with the project, meaning conveyance?
Yes.
I would punt that back to the ISB. Because I have not been immersed in the EIR and EIS to the extent that you have. This event is the type of event that climate scientists have been warning us of, and I'll just remind you of the paper that came out in Nature this past year that described the arc storm flooding possibility, which is even more severe, as Deirdre mentioned earlier, than this sequence of storms that we just experienced. But said that paper indicated that there's a very high likelihood of an event of that magnitude within the next 30 years. So yeah, I'm going to punt that question back to you. Sorry, Steve.
Well, all right, I'm going to punt it to Obe, who's next on the list.
Yeah.
But I think the maximum tunnel capacity was 6,500 cubic feet per second, and and part of the rationale, I think, was to really take advantage of these sort of events to store
That's
water,
correct. Yeah.
or take water, and it just seems like it's there was a lot of water there, and the tunnel doesn't have that much capacity, so relative to that water influx. So anyway, thanks. I'll turn it over to Obe.
Yeah, thank you, Steve. I do have a point I wanted to raise with Laura, but I will, try to respond to Steve's question and Laurel's punt back to me, I guess. One of the things we identified in the EIR review was the mere fact that the historical hydrology was kind of basically adjusted, but not the timing of weather events or frequency of weather events. So I think our comment still holds, and if this is a new normal, or if we are going to expect this more and more, this atmospheric river events, which will bring a lot of water from the tributary basins, I would think that is something that needs to be investigated, as to the functionality of the conveyance projects. And I think our comments are still valid that we made. We did mention the potential for higher frequency of atmospheric river events. So whether the capacity of 6,000 is enough or something that needs to be looked at in that sort of a new normal, that might be the future. That's kind of my, maybe initial response. My other comment to Laurel was, and basically, now that we have let's say a higher snowpack, and we know that we're going to have a earlier runoff in the spring than what in the past. So that means all that water is going to come to the reservoir, and reservoirs, as you saw in your graphic, are already sort of full. So the question is, does the DWR or water agencies, are they looking at the system as a whole? How do they manage these reservoir systems in the light of changes in hydrology? I'm just asking that question. I'm sure they are looking at it. I just wanted to have that confirmation.
Yeah, there has been a huge call statewide for forecast informed reservoir operations. So rather than following a prescribed schedule according to month of the year and the need to hold back a certain amount to accommodate meltwater based on historical climate information, there's a recognition statewide that we need to shift the way we're doing that. And so there are, I know that the Army Corps of Engineers, DWR, and Bureau of Reclamation are all working on this. I also know that some of the smaller water districts, like in Yuba County, I believe, are already implementing forecast informed reservoir operations. I think it would be good to have a briefing from DWR on what they're doing now, because I know that they've been making a lot of progress in that area in just the past few years. I would actually be very interested in a briefing on that, but it is an area of active interest. And, I think the teams and the agencies have actually done a very good job with this storm in attempting to anticipate future flooding conditions and maintaining capacity in reservoirs to accommodate flooding due to earlier runoff.
Yeah, that would be great. I think, we have some experience in Florida about the, forecast informed operations. it's an interesting experience in the sense that these climate outlooks are not perfect. So the public can respond very quickly if your forecast is wrong and if you take some action. So I'm assuming they would consider uncertainty in the forecast in the operations development, but it'd be nice to listen to what they're doing, in terms of storage management. As you know, in the conveyance project, there was not much of a whole lot of storage added as features. So
yeah. And one of the things that I did want to mention that I neglected to mention is just an emphasis that this series of storms illustrates how important it is to consider the sequencing of events rather than just mean totals. There's one statistic where in Sacramento County at one point during this series of storms, there were 4 inches of rain recorded in just 24 hours. And so like we really need to consider altered intensity of rainfall, altered sequencing too, in terms of looking at transitions between these really dry conditions and really wet conditions. And in this particular case, the extended drought that we just experienced stressed trees incredibly. And so when the soils became saturated as a result of the rainstorms, you probably heard about this in the news, but just massive amounts of tree fall throughout California, which triggered long-term power outages for some locations. I have heard that parts of Clarksburg in the Delta experienced a 14-day power outage. That was one of the things I did want to mention to you all. In Sacramento, just talking to colleagues here at the Delta Stewardship Council, some of us experienced multiple day outages, but outages were quite widespread and some of them were long in duration. And it was the falling trees that occurred as a result of this particular sequencing of climatic conditions that led to much of the loss of life during these storms.
That's really interesting, Laura. I like that you brought up the fact that there's uncertainty of how the system responds based on sequencing. And we did raise that issue in the DCP review. So I think that's on our radar as another type of uncertainty, not just the precipitation pattern, but what's the initial conditions for that storm and that sort of thing. So thanks for raising that. Before you move on, we do have a public comment on this. If you don't mind pausing, we'll take that.
Sure,
comment.
That's fine.
Yes, this comment is from Deirdre Desjardins. Deirdre, you have the ability to unmute your microphone to provide your comment. Thank you.
Yeah, Deirdre Desjardins with California Water Research. And I just spent the last 6 months doing a huge literature search on atmospheric rivers because they're the source of variability and precipitation. So I do have some answers to your question. First, I have been concerned. So the CMIP-5 models that were used for the Delta Conveyance modeling and for designing the flood stage design undersample extremes. There's newer large ensemble models which do a better job. What happens is for each member of the CMIP-5 model, there's 10 members. Each one only has a single run. So it doesn't adequately sample for the future conditions, doesn't adequately sample the variability with climate conditions. Large ensembles, which are run on supercomputers, have many more runs. Second, there's the CMIP-5 models don't have adequate representation of California's mountains. We have the downscaling method that's used for the forecast informed reservoir operations is state of the art, but we're not using it for these projections. So I have some concerns that the 1 in 200 year flood estimate that's being used to design the intakes is underestimated. Second, as far as sequencing, if you look at the literature, the difference in the model projections has to do with the frequency of extension of the polar jet. This series of atmospheric rivers was driven by an extension of, high atmosphere feature called the polar jet, which extended all the way from Asia across to the west coast of North America, and was just driving storm after storm after storm. So the kind of modeling that's used for the Delta Conveyance Project, I think, doesn't capture that daily feature, and that we may see storms come in if the polar jet extension is how this happens, then we may see this sequence of storms in the future. A third thing is that the arc storm model actually happens when we have an unusually long extension of the polar jet. And in fact, the arc historical, we're near the precipitation that would have been seen for the arc historical simulation for the past 3 weeks. It's the difference is that the arc historical, which is an extreme scenario, has the sequence going on for another week. Fortunately for California, it dried out. And finally, there's some research showing that Arctic warming may be affecting the polar jet and conditions in the North Pacific that were driving the intensity of and duration of these storms. Thank you.
Thanks, Deirdre. Very interesting. I'm glad to know this science is developing. And Laurel, here's a memory aid for you. Lauren knew that the center you were trying to think of is the Center for Western Weather and Water Extremes at Scripps and UCSD.
Thank you. And thanks to Lauren Hastings for finding that information. One of the things I'll just bring up, and I want to thank Deirdre for those comments, is that we are the next edition of State of Bay Delta Science that the editorial board team is gearing up for is going to be focused on extreme events in the Delta. And we will have a chapter on atmospheric rivers that will be a part of that edition of SBDS. And so we're very much looking forward to that timely contribution. And then I'll also say that with respect to research at Scripps, I am in touch with Dan Cayenne and folks there who are working on the CMIP-6 state-of-the-art downscaling that Deirdre mentioned. And we're working with them to get better reservoir inflow projections for rim reservoirs around the Delta. And that's one of the things we're seeking funding for them to do. There's also a team at Pacific Northwest National Laboratories that is working on similar types of questions. So the research is progressing in the right direction. There's still some connections to be made in terms of getting that research into the operational pipeline. So stay tuned.
That's good, Laurel. Why don't you go ahead with the rest of your update?
Yeah, so Virginia mentioned that we are very much looking forward to the release of the Delta Residents Survey at the end of this month. This is a project that is funded by the Delta Stewardship Council, but being run out of the Sacramento State Institute for Social Research, together with academic collaborators at UC Davis, UC Berkeley, Oregon, and Oregon State University. There's an advisory team of 15 folks from the social science community of practice, academia, and some other sister agencies, as well as other estuaries who met 3 times to advise on the scope of this survey. Objectives of the survey are really to establish a baseline of information social science relevant information about the Delta community. So develop better understanding of Delta communities' social and environmental well-being and sense of place, including natural resource use, agricultural uses, cultural and historical uses that they value, as well as get information about their experience of and risk perceptions of climate change, learn about their preferences for adaptation. Other objectives are to ensure that we hear from diverse communities across urban, rural, and suburban parts of the Delta. And then a third goal is to pilot a test research approach for a potential long-term study in order to understand how well-being and way of life in the rural and urban Delta are changing over time. The survey is targeting residential households in the Delta. There are about 60,000 households that the survey is going to be sent out to, and we anticipate about a 1% response rate. And we do anticipate sharing the results of this survey with the council, ISB, and other interested entities once they come in. The results are also going to be shared on the council's social science community of practice website, or the Delta Council's social science website, which is linked on the slide here. And so I think that's all I have to say about that. The other quick announcement that I have is that the One Delta, One Science, One Modeling Framework workshop is quickly approaching. It's going to be held February 28th through March 1st. There is going to be ISB member involvement in the workshop. Jay Lund, a former ISB member, has been on the planning team for the workshop, and he's going to be giving a talk. Lisa is also going to be participating in the workshop, and we're still working out how we're going to highlight Lisa's contributions. I think she's going to be a part of a panel. But this is a workshop that I've talked to you before as a workshop that is anticipated to launch the collaboratory to develop a realistic plan for phasing, appropriately phasing the development of a collaboratory and getting it funded. The specific objectives are to work towards achieving consensus on components of a common modeling framework. So this involves discussions on what are the downscaled climate products that we should be using with our models? What are the appropriate software tools for linking models? What conventions do we want to adopt in terms of sharing models and documentation about those models? Another objective is to achieve a common understanding of what these recent cyber infrastructure developments are that support open science modeling communities elsewhere, and make some decisions about whether we want to adopt those particular advancements in our system. And then a third set of objectives is to concretely identify the potential benefits of an investment in a collaborative modeling framework by exploring case studies of projects that could have had a more timely and important impact if the resources of a collaboratory had been available, and use cases of management needs on which rapid progress could be made with those resources. And we'll also be seeking to understand the perspectives and constraints faced by agency leadership and science managers. And this objective is really to help us align these efforts with the need and to secure investment from the agencies who would be benefiting from such an endeavor. So the way our agenda is shaping up is that in the morning, we're going to be hearing from agency leaders at high levels within NOAA, the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation, Department of Water Resources. We'll also be hearing from the NGO community. In the afternoon, we're going to be turning to our audience to discuss these use cases and case studies. And, these use cases and case studies are specific focused ways to build the resources of a collaboratory that address specific management questions that might be more fundable than just proposals that focus on the tools themselves. In the second day, we're going to be sharing information about cyber infrastructure resources from the Delta and other systems, and have more technically focused discussions to seek consensus on what are these common components of the modeling framework and identify the next steps. And then there's going to be a smaller group that convenes on a less formal third day to develop plans for proposals for funding this collaboratory. So I see a couple of hands up, and I think I'll pause here to take questions. I don't know. I think Tom might have been first. Yeah.
I think so. Yeah, Tom.
I wanted to go back to the resident survey, and then I have a
Okay.
totally unrelated question. Excuse me. On the resident survey, do you know if there's questions about flood risk and their perception of it?
Yes, I don't have the questions in front of me right now, but based on my discussions with Jess Rudnick, I'm pretty confident in saying yes. Because I do know that one of the results from the pilot survey that she shared with me was that nobody believes they're at risk of flooding. That's what they saw in their very limited sample from their pilot survey.
That's interesting.
But I think that's going to change. Yeah.
There are questions. I looked at the survey recently, and I think there are questions on flood risk in there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I think that's terribly important, because a lot of our flood problem in California has to do with the fact that people are moving into floodplains. You know, we saw it along I-5 on our field trip, all that suburban development south of Sacramento.
Yeah. And most of the city of Sacramento itself is within the 100-year floodplain of the Sacramento River, but it's protected by levees. So
There's also questions about drought risk as well. So
okay, that's good. My totally unrelated question was, I understand the state is redoing its sea level rise estimates. Are you familiar with that effort? They were going to come up with new estimates this year.
I'm not familiar with it, Tom.
Okay, because that's one element that goes through a lot of what the board does, and somehow we need to be aware of what's coming out of that effort.
Okay, yeah. Thanks. Steve.
Yeah, thanks, Laurel. I'm wondering about the modeling framework. Could you dive a little bit deeper into what it encompasses and what it doesn't? Is this strictly about water and hydrodynamics, or is it everything? And I'll give you an example, is that when we, from a fish point of view, oftentimes, and we said this in the Fish and Flow report, that oftentimes the modeling framework and even the framework in terms of time and space scales, as well as parameter scales, and the level of accuracy in the parameter scales, if you have a fish question, is quite a bit different than if you have a water flow question. And I wonder if you could tell us are there any bounds on this, and what are you talking about? Is it modeling frameworks or one modeling framework?
Well, the title is One Modeling Framework. We're seeking to achieve consensus on how we do modeling and how we make it available. A lot of this project is about making the practice of modeling, bringing it more into conformation with principles of fair, open, transparent science. In terms of the scope, in order to craft feasible projects for some of the funding opportunities that are on the table right now, the scope is going to be initially limited, but the basic idea here is that we're building a set of resources that are then extensible to other types of modeling questions, other types of management questions. And I was thinking of maybe skipping over this slide in the interest of time, but I think I will share it just to give you an idea of some of the use cases that have been discussed within our planning team and within some of the groups that are already putting together proposals to fund this. So I've mentioned the case study or the use case of Delta salinity management before, and that team did get funded, and what they are working on is a system of interlinked models to better evaluate trade-offs associated with different potential strategies for salinity management in the Delta, including type of hard rock barrier that I think we've seen it on one of our field trips. I don't remember if it was an ISB field trip or a Delta Council field trip that I saw that as part of. But looking at wetland restoration, hard rock barriers, changes in regulations, changes in demand, and so this requires linking hydrodynamic and water quality models. Oh, I am not sharing anymore, Edmund. Sorry about that. I'm going through on my own screen thinking I was still sharing, but I think when we went to questions, we weren't doing that. Let me, thanks. There we go. Okay, hopefully you can see that now. But this requires linking hydrodynamic models with fish behavior models, if that's what we're trying to get at, habitat models. And that builds up a lot of resources and also the infrastructure for how we do this linking between models and how we visualize the results that could be applied to other problems. Another leading use case that's emerging from this, from the planning team and from one of the teams that's putting together a proposal is looking at winter run Chinook salmon management, and specifically looking at how alternative strategies for operating Shasta Dam could influence winter run Chinook salmon. And so a big part of this is looking at operations models like the calcium 3 model and integrating that with a salmon life cycle model and a salmon distribution and abundance model. Others that are on the table are models to help us understand some of the landscape scale effects and vulnerabilities of wetland restoration, looking at questions of how much sediment might be required for persistence of wetlands, wetland restoration planned through Eco Restore and other initiatives. Does the configuration of those wetlands impact some of these sediment considerations? Wetlands also have a large impact on the distribution of salinity within the Delta. So considering some of these landscape scale questions associated with wetlands restoration would be another potential use case. And then there's also growing interest in looking at some of the surface water, groundwater connections that can emerge with different water allocation and operations strategies. Calcium 3 does have a groundwater, does have the capability to simulate groundwater, which can allow us to address questions of groundwater vulnerability, questions of groundwater recharge. One of the questions that I think we need more work to develop, but has been proposed as a topic of interest is, what would it take in terms of changes to water allocation or economic consequences to supply some of the rural communities in the Central Valley that are groundwater dependent with more reliable surface water drinking sources during drier periods. So these are some of the things that are emerging.
Yeah, Laurel, those are all very interesting questions. Thanks for sharing those. Maybe
If I can have a follow
okay,
up.
I was gonna follow up for you, Steve.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Well, I understand there's a lot of needs to interlink different sorts of models and things, but I guess the thing that I'm still confused about is one modeling framework, and maybe it's the definition of framework. If it's very broad in terms of you need to talk to people and you need to think about time and space scales and stuff like that, then I understand what a framework is, but you're not thinking of using calcium 75 as the framework for everything that's done.
So we're not talking about one model here. We're trying to distinguish a modeling agreement on how we do modeling from agreement on a model. And I think what we're trying to do here is to create infrastructure for making those models and their results broadly available. And that infrastructure would enable us to do better scenario planning, not just with models like calcium 3, but also some of the alternative models that have been developed by agencies like State Water Resources Control Board with their SACWAM model, which was developed to relax some of the assumptions and constraints that are inherent within CalSIM 3. So we're talking about agreement on things like maybe a digital elevation model or a domain, or what the boundary conditions in terms of climatic inputs are going to be. There's been a lot of divergence in how projections of future runoff into the Delta Rim reservoirs is done. And so seeking more consensus on some of those elements rather than specific models. And I think there's a lot of value in having multiple models for similar types of processes. It enables us to do ensemble predictions and get better estimates of uncertainty.
So maybe I'll look forward to seeing your definition of framework as this evolves.
And I'm going to blame this on Jay. Jay came up with this.
Okay, let's hear from Anna.
So following on the same point, it's conceptually, it of course absolutely makes sense to have, let's call them sort of guardrails on how the modeling is done, so that modeling results that are considered in management and decision making meet some reasonable criteria as to, you know, the quality of the model, what assumptions were built into the model, things like digital elevation maps and so on that you mentioned. That absolutely makes sense to me. At the same time, as you acknowledged, Laura, part of the point is that one does not want to restrict the range of models, because there's a tendency, of course, to sort of think of variability across models as at least one surrogate of uncertainty, and that's something that is valuable and that we want to preserve. And even in the case of, you know, you mentioned DMs, and of course it probably makes sense to decide on a DM, but you mentioned also sort of forcing at the boundaries, and I would say that that is actually something that does carry with it some uncertainty, and the propagation of that uncertainty through the modeling process may actually be valuable, and therefore I'm not sure whether prescribing boundary conditions is actually something then that one would want to do. And so my question is that, well, philosophically, I see what the goal is here, and I agree with that as a philosophical goal. I don't yet see in practice, how do you know when you've gotten there? So how do you know when there is a framework? So in other words, is it filtering out sort of the least well-performing models that we know are flawed for some reason? Is it really prescribing certain aspects so that modeling efforts would not be taken into account unless they use the particular set of boundary conditions, use the particular DM? So I'm struggling a little bit between, philosophically, of course, this makes sense, but in practice, how do you know when you've achieved something that would qualify as one modeling framework without sacrificing, you know, the ability to use variability as a partial representation of uncertainty?
I really appreciate those questions. I think they are great motivating questions, and I expect we will be having discussions about the nature of the responses to those questions throughout the workshop. So I think I'm going to postpone responding to that particular question. I want to acknowledge that it's a great question and could be fodder for some of the discussion questions during the workshop.
Great, and then maybe I'll just add quickly as a comment. So, I mean, I know, Laurel, that you know this, but this is of course not a unique challenge here, right? The same debate happens when we compare climate models, when we compare terrestrial biosphere models, when we compare Earth system models, when we compare integrated assessment models. And there's always this tension between we want to include a variety of models because that tells us something about uncertainty, versus the sort of sense that some of these are clearly better than the others, and so perhaps you should keep the better ones. But the devil's in the details in terms of how you define the metrics by which one would make that selection. And in the scientific community, again, as you know, we've sort of iterated on this question over and over, and it's much more difficult in practice. And so, of course, in the academic world, we just keep publishing papers about it. But in this case, you actually have a system to manage. So you actually have to make some decisions. Anyway, I don't have an answer either. But if we can help with sort of finding a reasonable balance between those two goals, then don't hesitate to tap us for input.
That's great. And, you know, just in terms of like metrics of success, I think some of those metrics will be maybe not measured so much by the consensus that's achieved, but just by making the tools available and creating some of those cyber infrastructure resources that other systems have already, like the Chesapeake Community Modeling Program. We're exploring some of the resources that are available through the NSF funded Community Surface Dynamics Modeling System at University of Colorado. And I think other types of tools that our community needs to consider are tools for benchmarking and strategies for benchmarking. It's actually an area of research that I've specialized in my lab, and our group has been creating some tools for benchmarking specific types of models, but having a discussion about best practices with respect to benchmarking these models, I think would be very appropriate within the context of this workshop.
And I'll just very quickly say one more thing. Anything that reduces the barrier to entry, either for more groups to contribute to these modeling efforts or for groups to be able to more easily run more hypotheses, more permutations of these models, is absolutely a win-win.
Yeah.
So the extent to which this is an effort to reduce the barrier to entry, I think it's you know, should be encouraged as strongly as possible.
And I've been working with a pretty large team right now to develop a proposal that's very much focused on equity in modeling. And I'll look forward to further discussions about that later.
Yeah, Laurel, I think maybe a way to generalize, I appreciate all these questions and comments. I think maybe a way to generalize the concerns of the ISB would be, are there going to be opportunities for a broad audience to have input into decisions? And so it might be nice to set up some opportunities where you could report out, we could check in, maybe get into some of these details. But I also think, I know that you also need to move forward with management efforts. And so I think there is going to be a difference between what you do and what a pure researcher might do. And so I think that there's an interesting opportunity here to you know, make the best use of different expertise.
Yeah, and one of the reasons we're having Lisa get involved is because she's been involved in discussions to develop a Center for Predictive Modeling at University of Maryland that's focused on the Chesapeake. And we believe that there's a lot of value in having, in coordinating these efforts across systems. Okay, I'm gonna move on. I feel like this agenda is kind of getting blown out of the water. So Lisa, feel free if you want me to cut something short to let me know. But I was also asked to provide an update on a briefing on our harmful algal blooms workshop, which took place between November 8th and 9th. And, you know, I just want to relate this to some of the ongoing conversations that have taken place within the ISB on whether HABs is going to be a focus of either a review effort or a seminar series. What are the opportunities here for ISB influence into any of the initiatives that are developing around HABs? So this workshop had a goal of informing the development of a Delta region specific harmful algal blooms monitoring strategy that would serve as a framework, and here's that word again, framework for monitoring, modeling, and addressing current knowledge gaps. The community felt that it wasn't yet at a point to really focus on HABs forecasting, but rather to focus on a preliminary step. Is the monitoring data that is being collected sufficient to understand these harmful algal blooms, their drivers, their genesis, and then move towards prediction? So, you know, in terms of even monitoring these events, we're still in the initial phases. There were also opportunities that were explored under this workshop for coordinating and aligning a Delta strategy with the HABs monitoring that's already occurring within the Bay. And I'll just remind you that HABs is a very important priority area for us within the science program. It features prominently in the science action agenda in 2 different science actions. And it's also a priority within the estuary blueprint, which spans the Bay and the Delta. So I'm going to share with you a few of the outcomes from the workshop. There were some interesting polling exercises that were done in the course of the workshop. Let me just verify that you're seeing my slides, first of all.
We are. I will encourage you not to get too deep in the weeds here, because I think you've already answered a key question, and also Diana, unfortunately, is not here. But yes, go ahead and give us an overview.
Okay, I think I will skip these specific slides then in the interest of time, and just skip to some of the common themes and needs that emerged from the workshop. And one of the things that the team kept coming back to is a need for standard practices, particularly since the technology around monitoring HABs is rapidly evolving. And there have been different standard practices within the different agencies conducting monitoring for HABs that have emerged. So there's a need for interlaboratory comparisons. There's a need for consensus around who to contact when a bloom occurs, how to push that information to the public, since there's a public health angle to HABs monitoring as well. The data needs to be available in a common format. There was a lot of mention of the need for long-term funding for data collection, analysis, and communication. Right now, much of the funding that takes place around HABs in the Delta is tied to specific projects that are relatively short-term in duration. There's a need, though, for permanent sensors or stations in places with histories of developing blooms and places with high impact to human communities. There's a need for synthesis and integration of data across the many different technologies that exist for monitoring HABs and the different variable types. And then there's a need to understand how human communities are affected by HABs. In terms of some of the science action areas that emerged, there's a few different things. One is there's a need to understand the transport component of HABs in the Delta. And I'll just remind you of what a big issue tidal dispersion is within the Delta, which differentiates HABs dynamics here from lentic systems. So questions about where are blooms originating and how are they being transported through the Delta? There's a need for rapid mechanisms for assessing circulation and residence time. And there was just a lot of emphasis that in the Delta, this is a very 3-dimensional problem, and there's a need to incorporate the vertical dimension into monitoring, maybe more so than with a lot of other monitoring challenges. Keith Boma-Gregson at the USGS is one of the leading researchers of HABs in the Delta, and I thought I'd share 3 areas of investment that he recommended that would allow for rigorous testing of key hypotheses about drivers of HABs. And one is a need to fill data gaps and knowledge gaps in understanding biogeochemistry and ecology with eDNA. Another is a need to resolve the spatial distribution of harmful algal blooms with remote sensing over a range of scales, and then get the modeling right in order to understand that transport component. As far as next steps go, the Delta Science Program recently got under contract with Dr. Ellen Priest, who's a senior limnologist with a consulting agency, Robertson Bryant, and she will be authoring the monitoring strategy that emerges from this workshop. And we anticipate a delivery date either in late summer or early fall of this year. It's going to cover issues of tiered monitoring, monitoring with discrete, continuous, and passive samplers. Some of the things outside the scope of that strategy would be food sources and impacts and public health epidemiology. Tricia Lee, who chaired the workshop within the Delta Science Program, is going to be presenting some major take-homes at the Interagency Ecological Program workshop in May and the National Monitoring Conference this spring. And she's also working on a detailed workshop summary with a lot of the details of the presentations that will come out pretty soon, early in 2023. I've seen a draft and it's quite detailed, and I think it would be of interest to the ISB. There is also a lot of discussion right now on how to fund, how to achieve longer term funding for coordinated monitoring. And there are some potential opportunities through EPA grants, Delta Regional Monitoring Program, potentially Prop 1 or budget change proposals. There's actually a proposal that's being developed right now by Keith Bauma-Gregson, Dave Sen, Ellen Priest, who's the author of that monitoring strategy that we've contracted with, and Ariella Chelsky from SFEI, as well as Rafe Kudela, who authored the HABS chapter in SBDS, and Tim Otten. That's a proposal to NOAA through their HAB monitoring and event response program, call for proposals. And it really focuses on validating and optimizing new technologies for HABS monitoring within the estuary and coordinating HABS monitoring across the marine to freshwater interface. So I think that's all I'll say about that. Any questions specific to things that the ISB might be considering with HABs? And I'll also say, I think there's a great opportunity here in the development of a new monitoring program to really incorporate and actualize some of the recommendations from the Monitoring Enterprise Review Report. And so I see my role here as being a liaison between the ISB and these groups that are developing new monitoring strategies. And that's something I brought up in my presentation at this workshop too. Steve.
Yeah, as a direct response to that, I think our number one recommendation for development of a new monitoring program was to develop an adaptive monitoring framework along the lines of an adaptive monitoring, adaptive management in general. I did attend the whole workshop, but I didn't see any discussion of that. And I'm wondering, here's an opportunity to test it out, starting a new program, and let's just put up the framework up there and start assigning boxes and see if it works or not.
I'm in agreement. I wrote an email to that end this morning too. Yep.
Also, I know Inga had interest in this issue. Inga, did you have any questions? Putting her on the spot on Anna too. Yeah.
No, I'm just listening in on what's happening and getting up to date here. For me, you know, one of the questions that came up in the EIR was there was only talk about microcystis, and obviously there are other harmful algae, but the term HAB is broad enough, I think, to include those, and I hope that the people involved will consider all these other species.
And they are, Inga, but thank you for bringing that up.
Yeah, and Laurel, it's great to know that these summary products are going to be out. If you could just keep us in the loop when things become available, especially easily access things like videos and slides and things that we can download. I'm not sure everyone can make all the workshops, but yeah, thank you.
I will, and I do believe that the videos from the workshop are up on the council's YouTube channel. But I'll send the summary along. I just looked at it this past week. Trish is doing a great job. It's very detailed, and I think it's going to be a great source of information as these strategies unroll.
Yeah, it sounds really valuable. Thank you.
Okay, moving on. We're very excited that the 2022 edition of State of Bay Delta Science is soon to be released. It was originally scheduled to be released at the end of 2022, but there have been some delays with the publisher. So it's now likely to be coming out at the very end of this month. For those of you who are new to the ISB, the State of Bay Delta Science is one of our key strategic documents. It's a mechanism for conveying synthesis information in the form of literature reviews and linking that to pressing management questions. This will be the third completed edition of State of Bay Delta Science. There were two other earlier releases in 2008 and 2016. Those were very broad in the topics that they covered. But looking to the future, we're shifting the way we do State of Bay Delta science, and starting with this edition that's about to come out, they will be topically focused around certain themes. I mentioned that the next one is going to be focused on extreme events in the Delta, and we're planning on releasing them about every 2 years. So the 2022 State of Bay Delta Science really focused on the ecosystem services and disservices of primary producers in the Delta. So we took this very anthropogenic lens for talking about plants and algae and their impacts. This is a preview of some of the chapters. I'm not going to dwell on this slide because I am going to go through these chapters individually and hit some of the really brief highlights. So the first is an introductory chapter that I took the lead author role on, and it included other members of the editorial board who you could see here. Some of the key points here are that, you know, depending on socioecological context, individual communities or communities of primary producers can simultaneously produce services and disservices, so positive benefits or negative impacts. Those could be simultaneous. I'll get into details with some of the later chapters.
Laurel, if I could, so I am worried that we're not going to have enough time to
Okay.
discuss your next item. So if you could maybe just hit the highlights and not get into too much detail.
Yeah.
On this. We can always read this when it comes out,
Yeah.
right?
Will do. Thanks for the heads up. Another chapter is focused on food web considerations, specifically looking at submersed aquatic vegetation. It builds on some of Jim Klearn's previous work, looking at how transformations to primary producers within the Delta have impacted the food web. And this one was authored by Catherine Boyer. Another chapter focuses on the ecology and ecosystem impacts of submersed and floating aquatic vegetation within the Delta. And this one is really interesting because it focuses on the whole abiotic and biotic environmental system. And some of the key points that emerge are that while invasive aquatic vegetation can provide beneficial ecosystem services, such as storage of carbon at the landscape scale, there are many negative consequences as well, including blocking sediment from depositing within marshes and increasing water clarity, which has impacts on predation of native fish species. Another chapter focuses on the science of treatment of invasive aquatic vegetation within the Delta. Key points are that the science behind treatment is still relatively nascent. There are a lot of considerations that come into play in the Delta that don't in other systems because of the tidal dynamics, which cause a large degree of dispersion. And there's a need to set quantitative targets for invasive aquatic vegetation control that's informed by social and ecological assessments. Another chapter is focused on remote sensing of primary producers in the Delta. And one of the key points I'd highlight is that maximizing benefits from a growing number of sensors to meet regional needs requires greater capacity building for people and institutions, greater cooperation between research groups, and standardization of management of big data, essentially. Another chapter is this harmful algal blooms chapter that I mentioned earlier. This is really great because it is focused on the freshwater to saltwater continuum and does consider the different types of toxins beyond just microcystin, getting back to your question, Inga. And it focuses on accumulation of toxins through the food web. There is evidence that they may transfer to other organisms, including humans, through the food web. And this also calls for greater coordination around monitoring and mitigation. And then the final chapter focuses on carbon sequestration and subsidence reversal. And this chapter attempts to quantify carbon sequestration potential of different management actions like breaching levees and reconnecting wetlands to tidal systems, restoring wetlands, with an aim towards informing the development of carbon markets within the state. And some of the biggest uncertainties in estimating the contributions of restored wetlands to these carbon markets lie in how we project changes in aquatic habitat type as impacted by climate and operations-driven changes in water flows. So I think I'll leave it at that and then get into the final briefing that will constitute the last part of my presentation. Any questions on State of Bay Delta Science? And again, this is something we'll share with you when it does come out in San Francisco Estuary Watershed Sciences.
Yeah, maybe after we've had a chance to look at it, we can ask some deeper questions. Just quickly on this carbon sequestration, do you find that things are synergistic or are they in competition in terms of maximizing your carbon sequestration versus providing the best possible habitat?
This paper did not really get into consideration of trade-offs between quality of habitat and carbon sequestration. It did look at, you know, what sort of gains can we expect when we convert agricultural lands to wetlands, and it also looked at timescales over which these benefits emerge. And, you know, I think one of the other key findings here is that it could take decades for some of these restored wetlands to actually become carbon sinks, because initially they emit relatively large quantities of methane. It still is less positive than when they are agricultural lands, but it can take decades to realize the benefits that they were created for. Any other questions?
Probably we should probably cut it off. I'll cut myself off. But let's see if we have any public comments before we move on to the next topic, which is going to take some discussion. Edmund?
Yes, we have two public comments, one from Deirdre Desjardins and one from Lawrence Abbott. I will be unmuting you in the order I called your name. If this is the first time you've been providing public comments to the board, feel free to introduce yourself before you provide your public comment, but this is strictly optional. Thank you. Deirdre, you have the ability to unmute your microphone.
Yeah, with regard to the discussion about modeling, I wanted to send the Delta Independent Science Board the recommendations of the Climate 2015 Climate Change Technical Advisory Group. So between 2012 and 2015, the Department of Water Resources convened a climate change technical advisory group that made detailed recommendations for improvement of DWR's climate modeling. It included selection of 10 CMIP-5 models, improvement in downscaling, not using the Delta method where they perturb historical flows, and also better communication with stakeholders. And they're all a huge issue in the Delta Tunnel project, because with the exception of using the 10 models that were selected, almost none of the recommendations have been implemented. And going through comments and talking to water resource managers, it's clear none of the stakeholders understand the limitations of a central tendency model or the assumptions. It wasn't communicated adequately in the Delta Conveyance Project documentation. And there is a huge variation in projections of precipitation. And also some of the information that's come out from newer modeling techniques is not included in discussion of the uncertainties. So I'm going to get that to you, and it's just a huge subject, but it's really important to have not just better modeling of climate impacts and inputs into these hydrologic models, but also to communicate the limitations in the assumptions to all stakeholders, because we're in a time of increasing uncertainty. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Deidre. I think we have no problem with any of those comments, and please do send that along. I think that's definitely on our radar to look at those kinds of issues.
Our next public comment is from Lawrence Abbott. Lawrence, you have the ability to unmute your microphone. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Lawrence. I'm a retired wildlife biologist, ecologist, and I'm certified arborist. And listening along, there's a lot of questions I have. I'd like to talk a lot, but in the interest of time, just for the moment, I'd like to talk about carbon sequestration and how it's one of my pet peeves, how that term is used and misused. It's a very broad general term that a lot of times loses its meaning unless we're real careful in the parameters that we set for it. And like you just mentioned, that there's landscape level carbon sequestration, there's a certain amount of time that carbon sequestration can take to kick in. And then of course, there's the amount of time that carbon is sequestered. And that's the key right there. A lot of times we're comparing geologic time, sequestered carbon. And, in the case of a tree, it might be 150 years, 100 years of a living tree, and then 50 years for that carbon to return back to the atmosphere. So I think whenever we use that term, hopefully science will come up with better terms for sequestered carbon, and that really differentiates, long, short, and medium term, because it's such a huge difference between geologic time and 150 years, or also carbon that's likely to become, part of the carbon cycle again, like through methane production or whatever, like organic material at the bottom of water. So I hope we can find ways to really clearly specify what we're talking about whenever we use that term, or maybe science will come up with better terminology for that. And I'll yield the rest of my time at this moment.
Thank you for those comments, and that is very much on point, and we do understand it's necessary to consider the recalcitrance. I love that term. Whether or not it stays, out of the system or not. And yeah, it's a very helpful comment. Thank you. All right, now, folks, we're going to dig in for one last. I think it's the last thing on Laurel's agenda, and it's going to lead to a discussion, and then we're going to take a break. So, Laurel, you go ahead.
Okay. So the final part of this presentation, and hopefully you're seeing my slides again, is a briefing on the draft scientific basis report in support of proposed voluntary agreements for the Sacramento River Delta and tributaries update to the San Francisco Bay, San Joaquin Delta Water Quality Control Plan. That's a mouthful. I'm going to walk through what this means. I trust that you did all receive these materials from Edmund in the pre-meeting materials. So what this supplement is ultimately in reference to is the Water Quality Control Plan for the San Francisco Bay, Sacramento, San Joaquin Delta Estuary, which came out in 2006. The State Water Board is the entity that's tasked with updating and adopting this plan. It's their strategy for implementing water quality control measures and flow requirements in order to provide reasonable protection of beneficial uses within the watershed. Many of these requirements fall under the regulatory water right decision 1641, which you'll often hear referred to as D 1641. This is a decision that controls salinity and water quality at different control points within the Delta. And it is implemented through water right permitting and license requirements. It regulates mandated inflows to the Delta at certain times of year as well. Another regulatory driver of flows within the Delta that's important to keep in mind here is the biological opinions, which were updated recently under the Trump administration. So the Bay Delta Plan is required to be reviewed and updated on a periodic basis under the State Porter Cologne Act and the Federal Clean Water Act. The most recent update was in 2018, which was an update to the lower San Joaquin River and tributaries flows and southern Delta salinity update to the Bay Delta Plan. Implementation efforts from that recent update are in progress. There's also a continuing update that focuses on the Sacramento River, Delta, and tributaries. This update was initiated back in 2012. And as part of that update in 2017, the State Water Board finalized the scientific basis report in support of new and modified requirements for inflows from the Sacramento River and its tributaries and east side tributaries to the Delta, as well as Delta outflows, cold water habitat, and interior Delta flows. And this just shows you the geographic area that is the focal area for the most recent update. So the process for updating and implementing the water quality control plan is to do this periodic review. Those are associated with scientific basis reports to evaluate and document the science supporting possible changes to the plan. At the request of the State Water Board, the ISB has reviewed past scientific basis reports, including the 2017 scientific basis report. I'll get into that a little bit later. The next step in the process is to go through CEQA and Porter Cologne documentation, which consists of a staff report or substitute environmental document, an identification of proposed amendments, alternatives, and a disclosure of environmental and economic impacts. Then it moves into board consideration and action, the Office of Administrative Law, and then finally implementation efforts through regulation, water rights, or other processes. Some possible elements that have been outlined in these updates to the Bay Delta Plan include new and modified inflow objectives for the Sacramento River and Delta tributaries, a new cold water habitat objective for the tributaries, new and updated Delta outflow objectives, new and updated interior Delta flow objectives, and then changes to the program of implementation, including a differentiation between voluntary and default implementation paths. I'll get into that in a moment. Compliance and effectiveness accounting, monitoring, reporting, assessment, and adaptive management measures. So this voluntary pathway, also known as voluntary agreements, have been proposed as an alternative pathway to implement and update the Bay Delta Plan, with the idea behind it that if parties impacted by these regulations come to a voluntary agreement and a consensus, this is a pathway that can avoid extensive litigation in implementation of the plan. So there was actually a memorandum of understanding that was signed in March 2022 that is basically a proposal for voluntary agreements to update and implement the Bay Delta Plan. This memorandum was revised in November 2022. And what it contains are several things that I'll get into. For one, it contains a new narrative viability objective. Viability here refers to native fish populations that recognizes the roles of flow and habitat in supporting the natural production of viable native fish populations. This is to be differentiated from the salmon doubling goal in the original Bay Delta Plan, which states that water quality conditions shall be maintained together with other measures in the watershed sufficient to achieve a doubling of natural production of Chinook salmon from the average between 1967 and 1991. So this set of voluntary agreements adds a proposed new narrative viability objective, which is to maintain water quality conditions, including flow conditions in and from tributaries and into the Delta, together with other measures in the watershed sufficient to support and maintain the natural production of viable native fish populations. So note that it's not just restricted to Chinook salmon here. And it recognizes that conditions and measures that reasonably contribute towards maintaining those viable native fish populations shall include, but may not be limited to, flows that support native fish species. And this includes acknowledgement of the role of magnitude, duration, timing, temperature, and spatial extent of flows. And then also conditions within water bodies that enhance spawning, rearing, growth, and migration in order to contribute to improved viability. The narrative objective specifies that indicators of viability include population abundance, spatial extent, distribution, structure, genetic and life history diversity, and productivity. Flows provided to meet this objective shall be managed in a manner to avoid causing significant adverse impacts to fish and wildlife beneficial uses at other times of year. So it's a much more thorough narrative objective that is included within these voluntary agreements. As part of meeting that objective, the agreements specify up to 824,000 acre feet of additional flow to and through the Delta in the ecologically important window of January through June. They specify 20,000 acres of additional floodplain habitat, 20,000 acres of rice cropland inundated in ways to improve generation of phytoplankton and zooplankton, over 5,000 acres of additional tidal wetlands and associated floodplain, nearly 3,300 acres of additional spawning and in-stream and floodplain juvenile rearing habitat. It also includes a new state multidisciplinary restoration unit to accelerate permitting and implementation of habitat projects. It requires annual reports to inform the adaptive management process that would be a part of this voluntary agreement, and describe the status and trend of native fish populations and whether commitments by the voluntary agreement parties are being met. It also specifies triennial reports and public workshops in years 3 through 6 of the agreement being finalized. And then finally, at the end of 8 years, it would require that state water quality regulators assign either a red, yellow, or green designation of the success, if you will, of the voluntary agreements in terms of meeting their ecological objectives, and whether the project is assessed to be in this red, yellow, or green designation determines whether it should be continued, modified, or ended. One thing that I'll note is that these habitat numbers and flow numbers that you see here are variable from year to year, from wet years to dry years. And interestingly, if we're talking about let's see, I think it's habitat, the numbers come out to be a little less in below normal years, a lot less in wet and critically dry, and a lot less in wet and critically dry years. I think I'll go to the next slide. The Delta Independent Science Board is mentioned in this memorandum of understanding. And specifically, it says that to determine if the VAs are achieving ecological objectives and whether it should be continued, modified, or ended, the Water Board will hold hearings, receive input, and then 2, conduct a Delta Independent Science Board review. And this is at the end of 8 years, to receive input and recommendations on the scientific rationale for continuing or modifying the VAs. So that's the extent to which the ISB is specifically mentioned in this memorandum of understanding. So to accompany the MOU that was revised in November, the State Water Board came out with a draft supplement scientific basis. And this is, again, a supplement to the 2017 scientific basis report. And this supplement was just recently released this month to document the science supporting the proposed flow and non-flow habitat provisions in the voluntary agreement. So one question is, what is the new science here? And there is some text within the supplement that describes that the report does build on the 2017 scientific basis report, but has additional scientific information supporting specific flow and non-flow habitat restoration actions in the tributaries, flood bypasses, and delta, as outlined in these voluntary agreements. So the 2017 scientific basis report discusses impacts that non-flow stressors like habitat loss are having on the ecosystem and the importance of addressing those stressors. It also acknowledges that habitat restoration and non-flow actions can potentially reduce some of the needs for flows. The 2017 scientific basis report presents some evidence indicating that native fish and other aquatic species require more flow of a natural pattern in order to provide appropriate quantities of habitat and support functions needed to protect these species. And one of the things that the supplement does is it extends that information, and it uses quantitative models to try to project what sort of impact both the flow actions and the non-flow actions would have on target native fish species. And so just as a preview of some of what you'll find in this report, these models were used to estimate things like median annual spawning habitat and also rearing habitat that would be achieved under the voluntary agreements relative to a baseline. And you might wonder what that baseline is. And here the baseline is the habitat that would be achieved under the combination of the biological opinions. And in the supplement, they're specifically referencing the 2008-2009 biological opinions, which is the baseline that was used in the 27 scientific basis report. So it's habitat achieved under the biological opinions ND 1641. And so one of the things that you see is that there's a couple different baselines that these estimates are being compared to. There's 25% of the doubling goal. Here's the original doubling goal that, or the original amount of habitat that would support the Chinook salmon doubling goal within each of the tributaries. And so you could see that there's a pretty substantial improvement over the baseline for spawning habitat within the American River and the Sacramento River, maybe less of a significant increase in the Feather River, and then pretty much equivalent conditions from the baseline to the VAs in the McCullough River and the Yuba River. They've created a similar set of estimates for rearing habitat. And so there are these specific type of modeling results that are present in this supplement report. With reference to the discussion that you will soon have, there's a question about whether the ISB wants to provide comment on this scientific basis report. And just for some background, at the request of the State Water Board, the ISB has reviewed past scientific basis reports and other documents related to the Bay Delta Plan update, including a review of the 2017 basis report. That review was very focused on specific questions and was not comprehensive to the whole report. The state, just as a reminder, the State Water Board provided an overview of the Bay Delta Plan to the ISB back in March of this past year. And so the question now is whether you might want to provide some sort of comment on this scientific basis report supplement. There's a pretty quick turnaround that's being requested for these comments, February 8th, and I've heard informally that that deadline is not likely to be extended. There's been no formal request from the Water Board for ISB review, so this would be of your own volition should you choose to do a review. The State Water Board is actually hosting a workshop today, overlapping with this meeting, we will be sending out a recording to you all when it's available. And then the next steps for the water board are that they plan to revise the draft based on public input and issue a final draft supplement report, final for peer review later this year. I think that is going to be released in fall of this year. They are required to pursue peer review under the requirements of California Public Health and Safety Code. They have a very specific mechanism required for that review. And the Delta ISB review does not satisfy that particular requirement. So I think I see a few hands for questions. I'll do my best.
I would like to get in here, actually. So I'd like to manage this a little bit. So first of all, Laurel, so we're a little behind schedule, and I am aware that a lot of people mentioned drinking coffee. So I'd like to actually move our break up before our decision discussion. But in the interest of being able to let Laurel go, in case she wants to go to this other meeting, I would ask that we limit current questions to clarifying questions for Laurel at this point, and then see if we have any public comments. And then I propose that we take a break, spend a little time thinking about how we might want to respond. And I think the best use of our time today is not to make a lot of comments on the voluntary agreements, but just to consider whether our review is a necessary element here or a useful element here would be my suggestion. So first off, does anyone have any clarifying questions for Laurel on this presentation? Looks like Inga does.
I think it is clarifying, I hope. My question is, so this supplement exclusively focuses on flows and habitat restoration, right? So water quality is not part of this. Is this correct?
So temperature is a consideration, which is an element of water quality. But yes, the primary focus is on flows and habitat.
Steve, go ahead.
Yeah, Laurel, what happens next? After the final draft supplement report has undergone peer review and then presumably modified, then who uses that information to make decisions beyond that?
So the implementation ultimately rests in the hands of the State Water Resources Control Board. And so they, will be pursuing a decision of whether to have the system of voluntary agreements move into that implementation phase. I'm not really sure if that's what you're getting at or not.
Well, the point is that does the council have any input on any of this? And if we did a peer review, even though it's not part of the formal process, could someone use that to make decisions down the road?
So staff at the State Water Resources Control Board are going to be updating the scientific basis report into the fall. So I do think your comments, if you were able to get any sort of comments out in a timely fashion, would be helpful to State Water Board staff. I think they would be paid attention to. But I just wanted to make you aware of the timeline on which they're acting. I guess the other part of that question is, what is the council's role here with respect to the voluntary agreements? And I think this is still to some extent an open question. I think there is a high likelihood that there could be a role for the Delta Science program in the adaptive management science that's going into the voluntary agreements, but this is still something that's being worked out. And I don't have the expertise to know whether there's anything in these voluntary agreements that would require a certification of consistency. I wonder if there's someone else on the line that knows the answer to that question.
Let me just then clarify your last line in this slide. the ISB review does not satisfy this requirement. I understand that they have a requirement to follow a certain process and they need to follow through that. But does that exclude, does that mean the ISB review is invalid, or does it just mean it's
No.
not part of the process? So it could
No,
be.
it means that the Public Health and Safety Code has very specific mechanisms through which that review must occur. But I do know that if the ISB were to submit comments or a review of any sort, they, you know, I think those comments would be valued by State Water Resource Control Board staff, and they would be in the public arena. And, you know, I think this set of voluntary agreements is in some way piloting a process that could be implemented at a much larger scale in years to come. And so I think an ISB review could be foundational in whatever may come of this mechanism to implementing the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan. Lauren has her hand up, so I think she might have some additional information.
Yes, I was actually, yes, Laurel is correct there. What I was actually going to address is that Laurel asked if the council has any authority or if this would have to be submitted as a covered action. And the answer is no. None of the council policies are over any other agency's regulatory authority, which is what this is. I did also want to mention that there's another step after state board staff complete their final scientific basis report after receiving the public comments. And that is that the state board staff will also develop a staff report. That was mentioned as one of the other steps when in an earlier slide that Laurel presented, a staff report that goes actually to the state board for their consideration. And my understanding is there's going to be a draft staff report and then a final staff report. And so that will inform the final decision-making by the state board on how they want to proceed with respect to updating the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan and the role of the BAs in that.
And
Thank you,
what's the
Lauren.
timeline on that? Sorry, I'm trying to get a sense of what a timely response from the ISB might be if we can't make the February 8th deadline. What's the timeline on that report, Lauren?
That's a great question, Lisa, in that we don't know. I have not yet seen any new news on that. I did go back and look at the presentation that state board staff gave to all of you in March of this year. And they're already have missed that schedule. In that schedule, they thought they would be developing this draft scientific basis report winter, summer 2022. So as you can see, they're already past that deadline. However, I will note that on that slide they presented to you in March of 2022, they estimated that in late fall 2023 is when the board would actually make its final decision about changes to the Bay Delta plan. So I would presume the timeline would be either the same or it might be pushed back. I can't say. I don't have any new information on that.
Okay, and Laurel, do you want to weigh in at all about how late is too late for us to submit something?
I think there are a few different courses of action that you could consider adopting, and maybe after this discussion, it would be beneficial for one or more of you to have a conversation with staff at the State Water Board. But one pathway would be to select a very limited scope of things that you would like to comment on to get a comment in by the deadline. The other pathway would be to submit a review after the deadline, but probably not too far after the deadline, given that early fall is when staff are hoping to finalize a response. But it might give you a little more time to be a little bit more thorough in your review. But I do think either pathway would be useful. I think probably a conversation with State Water Board staff would be needed to assess how useful each of those pathways would be.
Okay, thank you. Do any other board members have questions? Okay, why don't we see if we have any public comments? Edmund?
Yes, we have one from Deirdre Dan. Deirdre, you have the ability to unmute your microphone. Thank you.
Yeah, I did want to call attention to the board's role in providing oversight of scientific research, monitoring, and assessment programs that support adaptive management of the Delta through periodic reviews of each of those programs. And the board has a very specific role in oversight of adaptive management in the voluntary agreements. And for that reason, we would formally object to the water board not providing sufficient time for the Delta Independent Science Board that has oversight of adaptive management and these world-class scientists on the board not having adequate time to review the adaptive management framework, approach, and science. This is contrary to the spirit, if not the letter of the Delta Reform Act. And I will say that the NGOs very much objected to the way in which the science was developed for the voluntary agreement negotiations. There were not independent scientists on the team. And there are concerns that the science framework was constructed to justify political negotiations rather than having the science drive the framework. So this is problematic on multiple levels, and I very much hope that the administration and the water board will support the Independent Science Board having time to take a careful look at adaptive management and the science. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Deirdre. We appreciate your perspective on that. At this point, I would like to take a little break. I think we need a little break, and folks can take the time to think about, you know, what is a useful way for us to respond given the input we've got, and we'll talk about it after the break. All right, so 15-minute break. So I have, let's say 10, I have 10 after, let's say. So at 25 after the hour. No, let's just come back at 25 after the hour. I won't do math in my head. All right, thanks everyone. And Laurel, if you can stay, great. Otherwise, if you need to leave, we understand. Thank you for all those great updates. That was very informative.
You're welcome. I'll be here for the discussion and staying tuned with interest.
Okay, good. That's really great. All right, thanks.
All right, just give us a minute. Travis, are we ready to go?
Yes, Madam Chair, we are recording and broadcasting.
Thank you. All right, welcome back to the Delta Independent Science Board. Our next agenda item is to discuss how we'd like to respond to the voluntary agreement release. So Laurel just gave us a very nice, thorough background, both of the history of the ISB reviewing this product as well as the content, and then some options for us. So really, that is what we need to discuss. I anticipate a lot of interest and some passion around this issue, given that this is an issue that we've discussed quite a bit in the past. But I think we will have opportunities to say what we think might be missing or what could be improved. I think what we should do right now is decide, do we want folks to spend the time writing something up? Can we meet a February 8th deadline? I don't think that's our only option. But as Laurel said, we don't want to wait too much past that deadline. And then, yeah, so I open it up to the floor. If anybody is also, if people have questions about what we've done in the past, I think there are some folks around who might be able to provide some more input. Now that I've made it hard to say anything. Go ahead, Bob.
Oh, okay. I think it's important that we do respond, but you and I discussed this a little bit by phone offline a few days ago, and there's no way that that I could make a response by February 8th. However, if we were asked by the group, to do something in February or by early March, then yes, I think we should do it. We should try and especially focus on the science behind the voluntary agreements, just because they are going to be so important in terms of functional flows going forward. So I would lean, and this is a summary, I would lean on the side of doing something, but February 8th is certainly not realistic.
Thanks, Bob. Appreciate that. Tanya.
Yeah, I agree with what Bob just said and was going to say something very similar. I think it's important that we do review this, and I appreciate Deirdre's comments previously about our role in reviewing adaptive management programs in the Delta, and given our previous, the board's previous review of the scientific basis report, I think it makes sense that we put some time and effort into this. So the question is, when can we get it done?
Yeah, let me just put some more meat on what you're saying, if I'm hearing you correctly. So a part of our possible focus might be on how well adaptive management has been implemented as we have, laid out in the past, and then looking at whether our prior comments were addressed. Is that what I'm hearing and what you're saying?
I mean, I think those are two things we would likely need to focus on or emphasize perhaps, but there may be other areas of the science in the draft basis report that we would have some expertise on that would be appropriate as well. So I wouldn't limit us to those two things, but I think they are certainly important. Thank you.
Steve.
Yeah, I certainly agree with Bob and Tanya. February 8th is something that I think we'd make a mistake if we put something in there quickly. I think that to put a little bit more meat on the history, we were asked in fall of 2016 to comment on the draft scientific basis report. Now, these words are chosen very carefully because there's at least 4 reports we're talking about. The draft scientific basis report. We were asked by the water board to do that. They gave us a series of 6 very detailed questions, and I suggest we review those questions.
I can't hear Steve anymore. Is it
It's
just me?
a 10-page.
Yeah, Steve, you froze. So you said.
I don't know. Can you hear me?
We can now, but the last thing we heard was.
Can you hear me now?
We can't. Steve, do you want to?
Off my video.
So the last thing we heard was 6 questions. Yes.
Okay, they gave us 6 questions. We took 4 months to do a thorough review and responded with a 10-page review on the draft scientific basis report. They then wrote a scientific basis report. So that's the time hopefully they would have taken our comments into that and produced the 2017 draft scientific basis report. Now what we're talking about is the supplement to that 2017 report. And the question is there a lot of new science in the supplement? When I do look at it, it didn't appear to be a lot of new science. It appeared to be almost, I would say, 4 out of 5 paragraphs began with, based on our 2017 scientific basis report, we did the following. And I think for us to do a thorough, reputable review and something people will have some meat on it, I think we need to do it in a sort of a peer review fashion. I think we need to take the time to do it right. And I don't think that's going to happen on February 8th. I would suggest we wait till they come up with the report that they are going to send out for a peer review, and at that stage we do a thorough peer review. We can read it all now and get fully versed into it ahead of time, but when they come out with that document that they believe is ready for a peer review, that's the time we then do our peer review and submit it, and hopefully it will carry some weight.
Steve, let me just dig in a little bit to what you said. It's my job today, apparently. So you said you didn't see that much new science, and yet you also recommend that we do a very deep peer review. Right? What would we be reviewing that's novel?
It's 400 pages long. I scanned through it. I did not go through it in detail. I think it needs to be done in detail to see, A, whether or not there is much difference between the 2017 review, B, whether or not they did take into account our number of recommendations we made in our review into this analysis, and C, then if there is anything new, we ought to look at it. Is it just that they've just applied things that were in the 2017 report and put in data from different rivers, or is it just the data that are new, or is there actual some science that are new? To me, just putting different data in the same model is not new science. And I think that takes us a careful analysis. Certainly nothing we can do by February 8th. And if we make that decision not to do anything before February 8th, then I think we need to do a good job of whatever we do. And I would say before February 8th, we send a brief note saying that this is insufficient time to do a thorough scientific review. We do intend to do one, and hopefully we can do it at the most appropriate time. My argument would be to do it once they've completed a peer review ready document.
Yeah, I hear that. Let me ask one more question. You also mentioned that the prior review was narrow. Laurel mentioned this too. You weren't asked to review the whole scientific basis. You were given specific questions. Do you think there's scope beyond those 6 questions that we'd want to weigh in on?
We did a thorough review. We were asked to review the draft scientific basis report, the whole report. Okay. And the questions were very, very broad. And, for example, I have in front of me, do we concur that this draft scientific basis report determines that the flow regimes in the Bay and Delta are not adequate to protect fish and wildlife? Is there sufficient information to develop new and revised flow requirements? The most current science is being used to make those determinations. That's question number 1, and there are, I suggest you look at them. It's a page and a half. Very broad
I think,
questions.
Yeah, you've given us the answer. It wasn't an overly narrow peer review.
No, we did a full 4-month review of that whole document.
Okay. And then I guess maybe this is a question for Laurel, who seems to understand the process well. If we waited for the peer review document, does that limit how much influence we can have? That's my question.
I don't know. I think that would be a question for the state board.
Okay. All right, we'll take that under consideration. Bob?
I would agree completely with what Steve has just said, and that we should wait for the peer review document. A couple things I would add on to what Steve said is that we asked the water board to give us only kind of one or two guiding questions that we can make a response to, or is there certain aspects of these voluntary agreements that they would like us in particular, to provide a review. If they just give us something that's questions that are very general and very broad, I'm not sure that helps anybody, but it would really be nice if they would, one, ask us to provide a peer review, and second, to give us a couple of questions around which, to structure our review. So anyway, a suggestion, but I think that should be communicated to them between now and February 8th.
Thank you, Bob.
Thanks.
I mean, I get, I think you're very much in the vein of we want to be helpful and not waste people's time if there are areas of uncertainty. So I really understand why you would make that suggestion, but I'm also a little cognizant of the fact that they didn't make a request to us as planned, and perhaps they would steer us towards something where we wouldn't raise too much trouble, so I have a little bit of concern about how they might use that opportunity to narrow our focus. So we can think about that.
On the other hand, we don't have to stay narrow. We can just take their questions, and we can, because we're independent, we can add as much as we would like to it. It would be nice to have a couple of guiding questions to start with, is all I'm saying.
Yeah, it's never really stopped us from going beyond our scope. Yeah, I'm not too concerned about that. It would be nice to know if there's areas of uncertainty they would appreciate input on. I do worry a little about coming too late in the game. I don't know. For me, I always assume getting in there earlier rather than later can be more effective. That's just a general rule of thumb. But I hear what you're saying, that the more formal report might be easier to review and have clearer science basis and things like that. Trade-offs. This is some trade-offs. Other comments? Maybe we need. Maybe it's a good time to ask for anyone who would volunteer to lead this effort. So I do think, so I mean, the chairship, I'm sure, is comfortable submitting a comment that we don't think February 8th is enough time, going ahead and asking for an extension, just so we're clear that, we would like to make a comment, we'd like an extension, see what happens. And then we'll have perhaps other options, but I think maybe what we're weighing here is doing something that's still, say, in February, early March, versus waiting till summer when this other peer review. I think those maybe is what I'm hearing. We're debating at this point. Any other thoughts? Any other preferences? Tom?
So Lisa, I would certainly say that I'm interested, but before making a decision on just how interested, if we could learn more about the parameters around which any sort of review would take place. Once I have that information in hand, I can tell you whether I'm a little interested or a lot interested. Is that fair?
That is fair. And also, I mean, I would suggest that the person who volunteers isn't holding the ball to do everything. I think you would easily get input from others. It's just a matter of, we need someone to organize things. So, and with help from, of course, our staff and everything. But yeah, okay, we'll keep you in the list of potential leaders of that. And I think the issue, I think it's already come up a couple of times, this adaptive management issue, and I think there are some passionate voices in the crowd on adaptive management. To me, it's a big question whether or not they've set things up to really learn from these, what I would consider experiments in a sense. So I think that's going to be an important goal. Well, let's see. So we have, maybe we should just get a little better sense of, go ahead and talk to the board and see what they tell us about when we can be effective, and maybe find out more about when this peer review report is going to come out. see if they have any specific questions for us. Maybe that should be our goal at this point before we make a final decision. Seeing some nods. Any dissenting voices, Tom?
Yeah, I second that. I think we need to get a sense from the board of what our potential impact might be.
Okay. Any other comments? All right, so we'll make that our action item to reach out to appropriate people on the board. Steve and I will probably take care of that and figure out what, what are our most impactful options here, because we don't want to waste our time. So. Okay, all right, well, that wasn't too bad. Maybe we can get back on schedule. So I think at this point, then we'll move on to the next agenda item, which is also a discussion. So you're not off the hook yet. Still keep those thinking caps on. Now we have a similar discussion in terms of agenda item 5. How will we respond to the environmental impact statement release? So let me give you a little background here. So on December 16th of 2022, the Delta ISB submitted its final review of the environmental impact report for the Delta Conveyance Project. That was sent to DWR, and you got a copy of that in your meeting package. On that same day, the Corps of Engineers released the environmental impact statement for the Conveyance Project. And comments were originally due on February 14th, but that deadline has been extended to March 16th. So for those of you who had an opportunity to look at it, you can see that the EIS heavily references the EIR. So that led, Steve and I and a couple others weighed in, and it seems that a potential plan is for us to do something relatively short in response to this, that resends our EIR review to the Corps, but also we could add a letter that freezes any other issues that come up, things that are different. And we did ask folks to take a look at things within their area of expertise to see if much different had been done. And I also just want to acknowledge that there are some things about the EIR that where they have better handled issues that we raised in our review. So who knows if we had any influence there, but some things are a little better. But then the question is, did they completely use the same science? Did they add anything? I would say they came to some slightly different conclusions with the same science in a few cases, at least. So this is what we need to discuss. And I think we really want to talk about, do we have anything new to say? In what you've looked at so far, do we have enough new to say? You don't have to finalize your words yet, but how deep do we want to go on this letter, or are we mostly going to resend our EIR review? This is the question. So, and I welcome all comments at this point. You can dig down into details. Don't be afraid. Steve, I know you had some thoughts. Oh, there's Tanya. Tanya, go ahead.
Yep. I didn't, read every single word of the EIS, so just with that caveat, but I did try to read through the chapters that I covered in the EIR and pay fairly close attention. And I didn't see any major differences in the science that they used they really did pull directly from the EIR, and some of it's repackaged and some of it's packaged in a more concise way and a more digestible way. And the description of impacts are a little clearer at times, but at least from the social and socioeconomic impacts and those chapters, I didn't see any major differences that would change the substance of my review, at least upon this kind of initial reading.
Thank you. Tom.
Yeah, my reaction to the parts that I had worked on is similar to Tanya's. They really didn't change very much. There were some nuances that I disagreed with, and I think I forwarded that. I also have a question. You did request information from each of us on whether or not there were changes. Did you get any reactions that where the EIS was different than the EIR?
Well, as you know, we got a couple sets of comments. You brought up the fact that different things were emphasized in a different way. Other comments, were along similar lines, but I would rather folks just bring up their main points here rather than me trying to summarize what they shared initially. So we didn't get a ton of written stuff, but we told you to be prepared to discuss it today. So so let's hear from some more folks, but thank you for that input, Tom. Steve.
Yeah, hopefully you can hear me. Okay. Yeah, from the fish world, their focus was strictly on construction and not on operations. And I think most of our comments with regards to a lot of the aquatic impacts related to the operations. And so that is a real difference to me. And the second one was that how they dealt with climate. They seem to look at scenarios that went out to 2100 more, although there was some ambiguity. At least that's what I took out of that. There was a little bit more of that. And the third thing I thought was a huge difference was in the no action alternative. They seem to list a whole variety of things that would be done and the impacts it would have if this, what the presumption was, if the project wasn't going to go forward, there was all these other things would happen, including desalination and a variety of things, and those would all have some sort of an impacts. The question, I didn't see that much in the EIR. The second component of that, though, was, I guess there was a presumption these things would not occur if the project was done. And it seemed to me that I think a lot of those things would probably still occur. And I think there's a comment I would make, and I would like someone else to confirm that impression, but the comment would be that if you're going to consider them without the project, then you have to figure out which ones the project would take place of and would not occur if the project was done. And I don't think that was pointed out. Anyway, those are my three comments.
Can I just jump in there real quick, Lisa?
Yeah, go ahead.
From the chapters I read, Steve, in the EIR, they did include those projects. Those were directly taken from the EIR when looking at the no project alternative. Their assumption also in the EIR was that these projects would be undertaken in the no project condition, and they didn't also assume that those projects would be built under the project alternatives. And that was one of the comments that I brought up in the EIR review. So I don't think that differs that much. It might be how they emphasized it, or in the particular chapters maybe you looked at, they emphasized it more in the EIS, but that was, to me, very similar in the EIR.
Yeah, and I will just from my own background working with EISs, the typical core approach is the future without project. They don't try to project the future, and the future with the project is just can be a combination of things from the future without project and the project itself, but that's because that's so hard to predict. They often don't try to do that very much. So yeah, I saw a pretty standard approach to that. And also, like, because I read the same chapters as Tanya, I had the same experience of it seemed very familiar. Okay, but yeah, we can keep clarifying that. Inga.
I can confirm the impression that Steve just mentioned, especially with regard to construction. I felt like the EIS dealt a lot more with the consequences of the no project alternative construction projects, and also listing something that I hadn't seen in the EIR, the dangers of accidental releases of construction chemicals, the resuspension of contaminated sediments, etc. So that was quite extensive in the EIS, I thought. And then it wasn't mentioned under the project alternative variety. And I just to follow up with a question, maybe I'm just not aware of where the construction exactly will take place and how big the impacts on the Sacramento River of the project would be. Maybe they are besides the river, but I mean, from what is written in the EIS, you get the impression that if the project is built, there will not be any of those consequences and not be any of those risks. Whereas if the project is not built, there will be all of those consequences. So that was definitely sticking out to me as well.
That's very helpful. Thank you, Bob.
I guess like Steve, I looked probably largely at the environmental chapters, and I do agree with what Steve and Inga just had to say about what might be new and what might be of concern to us. In reading this, I couldn't help but think of The Wizard of Oz, and I really thought, and it surprised me, I really thought that because of the quality of the writing and the quality of the figures, and it was very easy to read and so forth, that it made me believe that all would be well after the construction of the conveyance facilities as well as its operation. It in a way, it kind of pulls the wool over your eyes, and especially in the environmental chapters where they seem to, well, they accepted at face value the conclusions that came out of the EIR without really examining the fundamental science behind the conclusions in the EIR. And, throughout the entire, all the sections on environmental sections, and even in the appendices, I didn't see any new analyses. I certainly didn't see any in-depth examination of the science supporting their conclusions. Basically, for a large part, they didn't do any new analyses. They just repackaged what was in the EIR. And that should be of great concern to us, I believe, is that an agency which is tasked with doing something as serious as this and dealing with a project as serious as this really didn't delve more into the science that underpins a lot of their conclusions. So I came away feeling as though that this report was really a grand illusion and very disappointing to me, at least on the sections that I looked at. So I'll stop there. It's probably maybe not appropriate to say all these things, but I do feel as though they fell far short of what one would expect of them scientifically in presenting these sections on the environmental consequences.
Thanks, Bob. And let me just clarify one thing. Does a lot of that disappointment stem from the fact that they didn't deal with operational effects and just construction effects?
Yes, that's right. And I think I made a note in the document that I sent to you and Steve and the others is that I was very surprised that they didn't really deal with flow issues. At least in the sections that I looked at, I couldn't find any direct analyses of how alterations in flow might have environmental consequences that seem to be largely ignored. It could have been in other sections I didn't read. I'll put that out there as a caveat, but certainly in the environmental sections that I looked at, I really didn't see any analyses that address those kinds of issues.
Okay, thanks, Bob. Virginia.
So I agree with a lot of what Bob said and others said. They really did a nice job with figures and they wrote it well. And I felt like I understood what was going on in the conveyance project a whole lot better from this. But it wasn't really a scientific analysis. And particularly looking at the appendices, I thought, wow, they cover each of these terrestrial species, which hadn't been covered. But what they have are tables that say modeled habitat in the study area and then model habitat in project footprint, but I don't really know where those numbers came from. And so, you know, it looks really good, and they talk about all these species, but I'm not sure the basis of that. The other thing I liked in the EIS, because it is required by EIS to do cumulative assessment, and they do talk about that at least. Again, they don't give the basis, but they do consider it. And that was one of our problems with the EIR.
Yeah, I agree. I noticed a lot of those same things. Yeah, thank you. Steve.
Yeah, just to follow up on what Bob said is that, yeah, right up front, it seemed that they said that they were only going to deal with the construction and they specifically were not going to deal with operations and flow. So that was sort of in the very introductory remarks, I think. But later on, they sort of said, well, we kind of accept all the flow stuff. And now, in part, I'm not too surprised because on the very little bit of crosswalk I did, they're clearly are the same authors in some cases in both sections, in both reports. And they were contracted out to the same sorts of individuals, although I only documented that once or twice. So, but so anyway, that's I wouldn't expect something brand new and completely different in general, you know, because sometimes there's only certain ways to do business on the science. So.
All right, so what I'm hearing is that folks, you know, didn't see a whole lot of new science, although Virginia does say there were some new terrestrial species handled, so that's some new science. I did see some slightly different conclusions about significance levels on some of the socioeconomic chapters, so you could call that new science, I guess, new conclusions. So, which I think also points to the fact that there's a lot of gray area in terms of how significance was assigned, and we commented on that in the EIR. And so, you know, we could make some statement about it. You know, is there any real methodology here? Something along those lines. But does seem like there's a consensus here that there isn't a lot of new science. So I think the question now, is everybody comfortable with this idea that we largely forward, you know, our basic idea is that we would write a very short letter acknowledging that there's some differences, in scope. Maybe we could mention anything specific we want to about any new science, but say that, you know, the majority of our comments, you know, you have fixed a few things, but the majority of our comments are covered under this EIR review attached. So how do people respond to that suggestion? How about raise your hand if you like it. No, let's hear what people have to say. Go ahead, Ingrid.
I have already written down the comments I had, so I could just send you that if that's okay.
Okay. All right. Let's hear from others. Bob.
Well, I think we should make it clear up front that the Corps did not address operational concerns, and that be very clear that this report really has to do with the construction aspects and nothing else. And yet there are lots of scientific concerns around operations and long-term maintenance and so forth, because I saw the same, or I read the same thing that Steve did, what he said earlier about them giving that caveat up front. But then they sort of delve into it, and then they don't delve into it. They move in and out of looking at operations a little bit here and there. But we should be very clear that their report is well written and as convincing as it is, only deals with a small part of the entire conveyance project. And then we can go from there, I guess, and talk about our comments in the EIR and so forth. But let the readers know that the EIS is very limited in its scope.
I think that makes sense. All right, well, since Steve and I took the lead on writing the last one, I wanted to give you all an opportunity to be the lead writer of this letter. So if anyone would like to volunteer, we are more than willing to relinquish complete control. This is your chance to get us back for all the editing and wordsmithing you didn't like. So if someone does want to volunteer, let us know. Otherwise, I guess, let's see, do we need, well, first of all, we should take public comments before we move on. But, oh, Steve's got a comment. Go ahead, Steve.
Yeah, just for clarification, the letter would be drafted in a way so that we would review it and vote on it in February. Is that right? Our February meeting?
Yes, correct. And also everyone would have opportunities to, you know, contribute. But yes, this will follow the same kind of protocol as any review we do, in the sense of there can be a admin can, or the staff can help us coalesce comments. Then someone needs to take the lead on giving it a single voice and cleaning it up, and then it comes back to the board for review and agreement. But it's okay. So let's hold the final decision and let's check in and see if we have any public comments on this.
One from Deirdre Desjardins and one from Lawrence Abbott. We will go in the order that I called your name. So first up will be Deirdre. Deirdre, you have the ability to unmute your microphone. Thank you.
Thank you. So we did submit comments, scoping comments on the EIS, and the issues we raised were cumulative salinity intrusion with the Sacramento Deepwater Ship Channel, because the Sacramento Deepwater Ship Channel increased the tidal prism in the Delta by about 7%. And we noted that reduced flows could increase, there could be a cumulative effect in increasing salinity intrusion in the Delta. Another huge issue is that Gil Cosio, who is one of the experts on the North Delta levees, noted that the intakes were being constructed on the sandiest, crumbliest levees in the entire Delta. And the levee engineers have huge concerns about the effects of the pile driving for the intakes on levees up and down the river from the construction site. And there were significant concerns whether the Army Corps evaluated a sufficient range of alternative locations for the intakes that would, or alternative sizing that would have fewer impacts on the Delta legacy communities. And this was also requested by comments by the city of Sacramento. And there's also significant concerns from the previous project about risks of tunnel boring under the Delta levees and whether they had adequately accounted for the risks of ground loss, as well as have an adequate plan to deal with potential long-term settlement and leakage. So I'm gonna send you those comments, and I did provide some extensive testimony in the original water fix hearing about concerns about risks of to both tunnel boring and long-term settlement and leakage. There's a tunnel in Shanghai that's constructed in similar soft settlements. It's a sub-metro tunnel, but over long-term differential settlement of the tunnel segments caused them cracks to open up and they started leaking, and they think it's going to have substantially a shorter lifetime than was designed. And we noted that if this happened with the Delta Tunnel, because it's under these critical structures, it could have significant impacts on the surface. Thank you.
Thank you, Deirdre. We'll take a look at that.
Our next public comment is with Lawrence Abbott. Lawrence, you have the ability to unmute your microphone. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I just, what I was going to say was mostly just stated. I've been attending the public comment meetings, which the last of the 3 just occurred. I think it was yesterday, and on the draft EIS. And you all brought up some real important points in that they do make a lot of assumptions. I hope you're not afraid to stick your neck out a little bit and maybe state in your letter that you know, that possibly that is their assumptions are inadequate. That's what I heard when they give a report before they start taking comments. And the Army Corps, I don't know, he's some kind of general or something. He gives an overview of the operation, and they just sort of accept everything that was sort of told to them. Like they say that it's going to, the project is going to reduce risks from earthquake, risk, you know, risk of flooding from earthquakes, and they say that it will help with saltwater intrusion into the Delta, and they make all these blanket assumptions that that preface the whole project. So what upsets me a lot of times about the process of how you know, how these environmental assessment plays out in real time is that it's sort of set up so that you can only comment in certain ways, right? You can only comment specifically to this draft EIS, like you mentioned about the implementation and not long-term management or whatever. But then it's like these assumptions never go properly, are never properly addressed, and that's so frustrating from the standpoint of, you know, of the public. And you could hear that in the frustration of all the comments, that virtually every comment was against the project, but not necessarily responding precisely how to the narrowness of what you're supposed to respond to. So I always wonder, you know, how this will really play out. How do they really take into consideration the comments and the concerns of the public? Because there are so many comments and concerns. I just really fear that that the public isn't being heard, but I know that's not part of your mission. But I hope, it kind of way it is. So if you guys are willing to stick your neck out a little bit to expose weaknesses in the draft EIS, I would really appreciate that very much. Thank you. Pass.
Thank you for those comments. Yeah, I think you'll find many of our EIR comments are consistent with things you said. So we have not been too constrained, but I think we really understand what you're saying. They do try to force you into a certain box of how to respond, and we didn't let ourselves get completely boxed in. So thank you. And I guess perhaps we should reiterate some of those points that it might be most relevant here. So we hear what you're saying. Thank you. Okay. All right. So now we've heard from our public participants. Let's go ahead and see if we have agreement here. Do we need a motion? Doesn't seem like we need a motion because we're not accepting anything yet. Okay. So yeah, go ahead, Virginia.
So I just want to raise a question regarding those last comments, because the NEPA process does require effective stakeholder engagement. It's clearly part of the process. And there are instances where people say things and there's no evidence of engagement. And I don't know if that is our job to call for that, but it is part of the NEPA process. And, you know, we've read about stakeholder engagement and how they're reaching out, but, you know, now we're in the midst of things and the response, anyway, I'm not sure that it falls under our bailiwick, but it is a real issue in lots of these types of EISs, as you know.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, Virginia. I'm sure that they've checked the boxes of what stakeholder engagement is necessary. I think it's a broader issue of, are there best practices that should be followed? You know, I'm not sure those are required. So yeah, it's a little bit awkward for us to weigh in, but we could have a broader conversation about how to truly engage, how to meaningfully engage stakeholders in these kinds of processes as a separate review. And maybe that's where we're headed. But
Yeah,
probably we don't want to get into NEPA details. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, well, we've talked about that general issue before, so maybe that's a place to put it.
Yeah. Any other comments? Okay, so I'm going to propose that we close out this discussion. We plan. I think I heard. I guess if you object to this, let me know. But I think I heard consensus on we write a relatively short letter, bringing in these comments and perhaps highlighting comments from our EIR review, and go ahead and resend that, because it does seem that because they relied on roughly the same science and accepted a lot of the same assumptions about benefits, that a lot of those comments are still going to apply. And then we can call out any other issues that we think are important. Does that sound about right? Seeing some nods. Okay. And as I said, if you're willing to volunteer to lead this, we're accepting volunteers. Okay. All right. Let's close this out and move on to our next agenda item. Item number 6, updates on Delta ISB activities and work plans. So now we're going to have some real participation from a variety of Delta members. So, you know, we do need to create this work plan that we present to the Delta Science Council. We've pushed that off to March for a variety of reasons. So that's our deadline would be end of February, early March. We really need to have a pretty good sense of how we're going to spend our time this year. And that includes all proposed reviews, what, you know, explaining what the purpose of the activity is, progress made, how we're going to use time in 2023. And then for this conversation right now is any feedback needed from the Delta ISB. So that's what we're going to ask each lead to discuss today, so that we can start to write up that work plan. Although we will also ask for bringing products later. All right, hang on. Oh, Edmund's reminding me that we had planned to go to lunch. So I have somehow skipped right over lunch and gone right into the next discussion. So now that we've teed that up, why don't we take lunch? So now you can be thinking about that over lunch for those of you who are going to be speaking. And any last comments? We have a half an hour lunch break. So we'll come back at 45 minutes after the hour. And what else do we need to know at this point? Nothing. Okay. Those of you who are on the hook to speak, you can prepare your remarks if you haven't already. All right. See you in 30 minutes. Let's go ahead.
All right, Travis, are you ready to go?
Yes, Madam Chair, we are recording and broadcasting.
Thank you so much. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Hope everyone found time for a snack. Now we're going to dive into this discussion about our ongoing activities and fill in our work plan to some extent. But before we dive into the discussion, there are just a few points I want to make. One is just to back up for the new members and discuss what we're talking about here. You know, how does this work with these review activities? So the Delta Independent Science Board does both responsive things and proactive things, for want of a better word, that there are things we get asked to review and we provide scientific review. And then we also initiate ideas in collaboration with stakeholders on science issues that may be more neglected or just require some deeper thinking, that we feel it would be useful to create some kind of review of the state of the science or recommendations that are specific to particular agencies or programs. So the ISB has a long history of doing this. Many of these reports, can take many forms. And I think what you'll see in general is that we're moving away from long dissertation-like reports to things that are more accessible to the agencies who don't have time to read these long reports, using opportunities like workshops to have conversations among stakeholders that say, well, we think it would be a good idea to do science in this way, and then they tell us their constraints perhaps, and we have a broader conversation is one idea. Or just these workshops can be an opportunity for the experts to talk amongst themselves and weigh alternative ways of approaching a problem. And then as for our review, it can be essentially a report out of what happened at that workshop, and it's a little less legwork for us, say, to do a long lit review. But the way these processes all work is that we come up with an idea, we talk amongst ourselves, Delta board members volunteer to be on these groups, and as we go through each of these today, that volunteer opportunity is open for all these activities. If you would like to participate, just let the lead know, although we may have some issues with, we can't have too many people in a meeting at once, so we'll figure that out. But the idea is that we produce a product that's going to be useful to one or more agencies, one or more members of the science enterprise. Maybe we don't, and what we want to do is always vet our ideas as to test whether they're useful with those stakeholders before we go whole hog on creating a review. So that's, as part of that process, we write a prospectus that we share with folks. We have these public conversations is another aspect where we say, we're thinking of doing this. Does this look useful to you? We check in with stakeholders, and then if we get enough positive feedback that it's a good idea, we move forward with doing one of these reviews. And so the workshop is one format. I'm kind of all over the place here, post-lunch brain. The workshop format's an idea. We've done brief letters. One of the things that people told me was most impactful about all the Delta products was a relatively brief letter that we sent to DPIC that basically said, hey, you need to pay more attention to rapidly changing environmental conditions. And that spurred a lot of activity. We've also heard good things about long reviews, like the water supply reliability report that Tom and Jay led. That was a much deeper dive, but really, got into the engineering of how water management is done, and that provided some useful input to folks. So these can take many forms, and the stakeholders actually help us determine in some ways what level of detail might be useful, both given our capabilities and their interest. So I would say all four of the four activities we're going to discuss today, none have done a prospectus to my knowledge. So we're still at this interim stage of scoping out what we want to propose, which also involves talking to some stakeholders. We'd like to broaden that discussion. And then we put out this report and make sure there's no red flags, or usually it's more like people want to refine the idea a little bit. So that's where we are. And then we also have this, we need to tell the folks that we collaborate with at the Delta Science Council, what our plan is, so they know and can help us. Are there any questions about that? Okay. All right, so as we go through each discussion, the plan was to take public comment at the end of all four of these updates. Let's see if that works, if we, Edmund will let us know if people can't wait or anything like that. I don't think this is going to take too long. And then I have also empowered Edmund to ask questions because he's going to be giving us a draft work plan based on these report outs, and we'll request written things as needed, but he may ask for clarification on some issues. So I think that's everything. Make sure I have one moment. Okay. Yeah, and then the other reminder is if you would like to volunteer, you can speak up while the person's talking, you can email them later, whatever you wanted. All right, so let's start with Tom, who's going to talk about subsidence reversal review.
Okay, and you highlighted the problem, what to call it. We don't have a good, or I shouldn't say good, we don't have a formal name for this effort yet, but I think the title, Rewetting of Organic Soils, captures what we're trying to cover here. And the plan is to have a workshop involving all of the parties in the Delta who are involved in this rewetting process. So I'll go through the what we're planning in terms of the structure that Edmund requested. First, the scope and purpose of it. The problem in the Delta from a physical standpoint is primarily that we've been draining organic soils for about 150 years now. I think it goes back to 1860. And a lot of the problems we have today, we wouldn't have if we had taken a different approach to living with these organic soils. So issues like the flooding in the Delta, the seismic vulnerability of the levees, and just the degradation of ecosystems all come back to that fundamental drainage of the soils. And the purpose of the review is to look at efforts that really aren't very coordinated now that involve rewetting the soils, getting water back. And it comes in a variety of forms. Subsidence reversal was what initially attracted us to this topic, but then we began to realize it was a little broader than that. There are some efforts in the Delta to actually grow peat and bring the land surface back. And that's feasible in areas that are not too low lying, but it's actually a small part of the Delta. There's a lot of effort devoted to just managing water tables to reduce the rate of subsidence. And then there's a lot of agricultural interest in how you farm on wet soils. For example, there's a lot of rice grown in the Delta and the Sacramento Valley that accomplishes this goal of not draining as extensively. And basically, the idea of the review is to look at the science behind all of these efforts and look at it in a more holistic sense than we are right now. Each one of those problems is sort of off there being addressed on it by itself. And so that's the scope and purpose. And maybe I could pause if anyone has a question about that aspect.
So Tom, could you just clarify what you want to add to the, are you going to be able to add science to an understanding of the farming practices and the rewetting practices?
Yeah, I'm going to, in the progress we've made, talk about how some of the science behind it. But one example from earlier today was the sequestration of greenhouse gases. That's an important aspect of rewetting these soils, and one that there's still some major challenges with. So.
Okay, thanks. Steve, you have a question?
Yeah, as a fish guy, I wonder if you could clarify the difference between rewetting organic soil and subsidence reversal. Are they, is one a subset of the other, or are there things that if you, so everything under subsidence reversal, including dealing with water tables and that, is encompassed under rewetting the organic soils?
The other way around, rewetting is the all-encompassing terms, because with the subsidence reversal, you're pretty specific about what you're doing. You maintain the water table at a certain, or not the water table, the surface water at a certain depth. And then that allows the peat to accumulate and you actually get reversal. In a lot of places, you're just trying to slow down or arrest the subsidence. You're not reversing it.
So in the larger context of the re-wetting the organic soil, does that include just things like everything that's done with water to help agriculture?
If I understand your question, yes.
And the corollary would be, that seems to be pretty broad if you're looking at the science related to that.
Right, but we're only interested in the organic soil aspect of it. The goal is to basically stabilize the landscape.
Okay, why don't you go ahead and then we'll see if we have more questions after you.
So where we are right now, we had started working seriously on this before the environmental impact report review came in, and then that sort of brought things to a halt because that was taking all of our time. But since the EIR effort was completed, we've started to work on this again. And what we had done prior to the EIR was we set up some small discussion groups with different entities. So for example, we had one with some farmers who are fairly progressive in terms of their treatment of the land, and are willing to consider re-wetting as part of their farming practice. We talked to levee engineers. We talked to people who are involved in subsidence reversal. And we did this in very small groups and had very interesting discussions with it. And one reason we did that early in the process was in Lauren Hastings' review of the reviews, which I'd recommend that all of you look at. She went back and looked at the history of our reviews and their impacts. And one of the things that she recommended was that we talk to stakeholders early in the process. So we tried to engage them in a fairly serious way right at the beginning in terms of defining what the problems were. And basically where we've ended up is it sort of breaks into two parts. There's one sort of a science piece, and then that's kind of a practical aspect, but has science behind it. So the two science pieces are just this process of accumulating peat, what we call subsidence reversal. And this is in the Delta plan, that subsidence reversal is part of the thing. The problem with that is not all areas are shallow enough that you can accomplish that. Another approach that's being looked at are what that are being called floating peats, where the peats actually don't touch the bottom of it. Well, they're floating on the water. And there are a few examples of marshes around the world, maybe some of you know of some of them, where the organic material is actually floating. When I was a kid in Florida, we actually used to go out to a lake that was famous for that because the islands would move around in the daytime, and that was pre-GPS. So it was always an exciting trip home. So there's the issue of peat accumulation itself and these floating peats. And then the other aspect I talked about, and I mentioned a few minutes ago, what's the greenhouse gas aspect. The more peat you can accumulate, the long-term prospects for sequestering CO2 go up. And there's been a lot of interest in the Delta because there's such a large volume of peat that it potentially could actually capture a lot of carbon. So that's sort of I'll call it more pure science aspect of it. From a practical perspective, I mentioned agriculture. Changes in agricultural practice in the Delta, which we haven't, as a community, looked at very, very seriously. Could retard the rate of degradation of the peat. And then finally, there's the levees themselves. The the more elevation loss you have in the delta areas, the more potentially vulnerable the levees are. So that if you're going to start playing around with peat, you probably want to look at your levee program in the context of the implications of that. So that's where we are progress-wise. I would say in each of those elements, there's actually a strong economics component that we really haven't fleshed out. But we now have expertise on the board that we can deal with that. So that would be part of the review as we see it. So that's sort of where we are topically in this subject. And any comments or questions at this point?
I have a question, but I want to give anyone else who's been contributing a chance to weigh in first. Anything to add? Okay. Oh yeah, Virginia.
So you mentioned the word, you were looking at the issues collectively. Does that mean that for any one issue, you're looking at the science and the ag practices and the levies and the economics altogether?
Yeah, you have to think of the problem that way. Obviously, that's too big a problem to wrap your head around all at once until you're all done, I guess.
Right.
But
what do you mean by collectively?
Well, the problems interact. So, for example, as I mentioned with the deltas, the levees, the land elevation caused by draining peats, the elevation difference makes the levee more unstable. So if we're going to, in a sense, foresee future conditions of the delta, it's going to have of the delta land surface, it's going to have implications for the levees. And similarly, depending on rates you accumulate or slow down, that has implications for the greenhouse gas component of this. Because in some situations you're emitting greenhouse gases and in others you're sequestering them. Does that help?
So Tom, in listening to what you just said and also knowing a little bit about the project goals, I just jotted down some questions that it sounds like you want to cover with this review. Can I read them to you and maybe you tell me if I've captured it properly? So
sure.
I heard which areas can accumulate peat through wetting? What benefits do floating peat offer? What is the net carbon storage of, I guess, different practices?
Right. Yeah, those are all the kinds of questions we'd be addressing, maybe tweaked a little bit.
Okay.
I mean,
I heard the practical questions of which agricultural practices are compatible with maintaining peat or slowing degradation? Do practices protect levees, and if so, to what degree? And what is economically feasible? Are these the questions?
Yeah. I'll give you a silly example of that. I've been paying attention. Surprisingly, this problem shows up in the news quite a bit. The peats in Great Britain are they're starting to worry about restoring them. The Dutch have a big problem with organic soil degradation, and I think it was in the Dutch story, which was in the New York Times, and I may have forwarded it to you. They were looking at the potential of raising water buffalo in these areas as a way of keeping the thing. And I thought it was kind of silly at first, but then it turns out our mozzarella comes from water buffalo, and California could become the mozzarella capital of the U.S. if it started raising water buffalo in the thing. But anyway, that's the kind of thinking I think we have to do to see if agriculture is has potential that way. There are just a few farmers that really take the rewetting seriously and are looking to raise rice and crops that can handle a shallow water table. But it was pretty clear in our discussion with them that they're quite challenged by it. So we'll probably try to bring in some agricultural people from the university into that part.
All right, well, it sounds very interesting. I will encourage you to kind of describe the expected outcomes in terms of science knowledge or any, synthesis or, something so that you'll have a sense of the new contribution, if possible.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
And that's a good segue into my final comments, our plans and benchmarks. What we have to do now is get more specific about the questions we're asking. For example, the economic ones haven't been fleshed out at all. So I think we're going to have to start meeting virtually as a group and start closing in on those kind of questions, and then draft a prospectus that describes what we're trying to do. And Edmund helpfully filled out a work plan for us.
He's so helpful.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, if of course, if a few of you want to get together to discuss, that's good, but we don't form, subgroups or working groups. So I'm sure you'll follow all those protocols.
Yeah, no, we're trying to follow the rules. Yeah. And I think that pretty much wraps it up.
All right, any other questions from the board? And do you want any board feedback at this point, or are you going to come back?
Yeah, and particularly if any of the newer members are interested in participating in the discussions as we try to firm this up. Our plan is to, once we get all this part worked out, to hold a workshop, and basically the report of the workshop will be the review. So we're not looking at a multi-year commitment to this effort.
Do you have a rough idea of when you want to hold this workshop that you mentioned?
Well, Edmund does.
Okay. We'll
he would like to hold it in October when we have our face-to-face meetings.
Okay.
And that's not out of the question, but it means we're going to have to start working on this and not get distracted by another big project.
Okay. All right, but we'll also do a written prospectus to let folks weigh in on the science questions.
Yeah, that's the next step, to write the prospectus, and hopefully some of those science questions you were asking for will be spelled out in there.
I think that'd be helpful. Great.
Yeah.
Any other questions or comments? Okay. Well, then we'll move on to our next topic. Environmental flows review. Bob?
Thanks, Lisa. I received Edmund's email, and that acted as a catalyst to get me to think a lot more deeply about environmental flows and anything that we might propose as an activity. And I have to admit, it kept me up a number of nights, thinking about this, the pros and cons of moving ahead. And in the end, I'll give you the bottom line, is that my recommendation back to the rest of the ISB is that we pause this activity indefinitely. And the reason I say that, the issues that were really nagging at me is that we've never been able to identify a clear product or a scientific objective for an activity on e-flows, and especially one that would help with management of the Delta. If that could be done, then I think we should reconsider having an activity on e-flows. But right now, it's really not clear what we would do, and rather than just flailing around looking, we have a great issue, but kind of flailing around looking for an important question seems the wrong way around. I think we should have a good question, a good idea of what the product might be, or what a scientific objective might be for e-flows before we proceed. The second kind of concern that was nagging at me is that I see us all being very busy, and we're also fully occupied with other activities. You know, we've got the EIS we've talked about today, the subsidence review, the scientific needs assessment. We've talked about decision making under deep uncertainty and the food web review, which we'll go over all of those, I'm sure, in the next hour. And considering all the activities that we have on our plate right now, and then thinking about e-flows, e-flows would require a really deep dive by a number of members of the committee into understanding the current science and the evolution of concepts that are out there in the literature. And it's a topic that, you know, globally is really expanding rather quickly. So whoever works on this is going to have to dedicate a significant amount of time in getting up to speed on what's going on there. The third thing that was really nagging at me was there's already a California e-flows group. It's centered at UC Davis. We received a briefing from them a few months ago. And surprisingly, on the side, when I asked them if there was any way we could help them or something we could do that would help them move forward in a much more productive way, they said they couldn't think of anything right now. And that really surprised me, but it is what it is. You know, they've been working on it for quite a while, and I don't think we want to kind of take the initiative away from them by any means whatsoever. We'd want to be supportive of them. But if they could come up with an idea of a way we could help, then yeah, that would be a positive. But for right now, they said nothing came to mind. And then also we received a briefing from the board, Aaron Forsman and Matt Holland, on the voluntary agreements. And they said that they would like our input. But again, I can't identify any scientific aspects that would benefit from a board review right now. Now, you know, that being said, you know, we may want to come, you know, considering our discussion earlier this morning, we may want to come back and re-examine that, you know, in the next couple of weeks once we get more of the details about the voluntary agreements. And we also have a bit of I think, an issue there that has to do with kind of the lexicon that's used, or how the word environmental flows is used versus functional flows and so forth. It's been hard for me to wrap my mind around this in a good way, because I'm approaching environmental flows from an ecological perspective, you know, having been involved and deeply involved in this, and from very ecological aspects in various parts of the world. I think about it as an ecologist, not as somebody who's interested in implementing policy. And so we get these phrases out there: e-flows, environmental flows, functional flows, voluntary agreements, a whole variety of things. I think we need to come to probably some sort of an understanding of how the language is being used, because it's a little bit confusing to me right now. So those are my reasons for making this recommendation. But on the other side of this, there is some justification for eventually moving forward with something on e-flows. And I think the first and foremost are the amendments to the ecosystem chapter of the Delta plan, where they really have adopted these amendments, you know, to think about expanding the amount of wetland, other habitat by some 80,000 acres, or approximately 80,000 acres in the Delta, and using functional flows to achieve those goals over the next 10 plus years, and so on. So I think there may be an opening there for us, but I still specifically, I can't think of how we would contribute to that right now. Maybe down the road, yes, but right now I don't have an idea of what we would do that could really help that process move forward. And this is where I think, maybe some discussion a few months from now might be very helpful. And then also, as we discussed this morning, with the voluntary agreements, there might be an opening there, but still, I cannot identify a science question or a tangible product that we could get out of this that would help that process right now. But again, perhaps in another month or two, we would have something that we could move forward with. So at least for this year's work plan, I guess, bottom line here, for this year's work plan, I am still sticking with the recommendation that we pause this activity indefinitely. But if we do in a few months start to come up with some clear objectives or products, then let's revisit it. And who knows, we can add it to our work plan for late in the year or put it on the 2024 work plan. So if anybody has questions, I see Tom has his hand up. But if there's other questions or comments, I'd certainly like to hear from you. Okay, Tom?
But we recently finished the water supply reliability estimation. And one of the really important issues, as you well know, was trying to characterize environmental flows in that format. And when you were describing the scope, how that would enable.
Sorry, Tom, I'm losing you. There's an echo.
Oh, okay. I'm not sure how it's an echo.
Yeah, Tom, it seems like your internet connection is a little squirrely, is what it seems like.
I'm going to log off and log back on because what happened is that a few minutes ago. So.
Okay. Yeah, you're also all black. I don't know if you know that.
Oh, okay. I did revisit. So why don't you continue?
All right, we'll come back to you. We promise to come back to you when you come back. Thanks.
Okay.
Oh, now we see him. Any other comments? Well, I'll just say it seems like there's an opportunity here to start with a responsive activity with the voluntary agreements. So, there's quite a lot about flows in the voluntary agreements. And so if you wanted to start by reviewing how the science they're using there, that might show you whether there's a need. But in the meantime, you'd still be looking carefully at what they've done. So that seems like one way to go. And of course, we talked about reaching out to the water board before we move forward with that. But that seems like a possible interim step toward figuring this out.
I agree, Lisa, and we'll try and take a more careful look at that once we get the details back from what the board would like to see from us.
Yeah, Edmund.
There is a public comment from Deirdre that I think it might be timely for this item. If we can take it.
Yeah, let's go ahead, because I also noticed we had a break partway through this, so we wouldn't want to hold the comments till the very end. Yeah, please go ahead.
Deirdre, you have the ability to unmute your microphone. Thank you.
I really appreciate the time and thought that Bob Nyman has put into this. And one of the things I wanted to offer, there's a very important question about how to deal with the water board doing one of the largest appropriations in recent history. So Sites Reservoir is going to appropriate 1.6 million acre feet of unstored flows. And environmental groups think that's maybe essentially a lot of the unstored water left in the watershed. And then the Delta Tunnel will also enable the Department of Water Resources. They're proposing to simultaneously divert at the north and south Delta intake, so they'll have a much greater capacity than they've had historically. And the question is that I've been wrestling with is, given that there's a huge amount of uncertainty about future flows, but we could, depending upon how frequently we get these atmospheric rivers in the future, and the model projections are all over the place, from reduction to a big increase. We could see a drier future or a wetter future. And we've had La Nina-like forcing in recent decades, and the models haven't captured that. And there's a very brilliant scientist who has evidence that the models are wrong. So the question is, how does the water board make an allocation decision under this kind of uncertainty? And I'm just going to send you 2 papers, one of which is both by Mike Dettinger. One shows that all of the flows below the 95% wettest storms, we know those will decrease. What we don't know is how much these atmospheric rivers, the 5% wettest storms, will increase. And I've asked my NGO colleagues, and I don't think they have the background to even think about it. And Mike Dettinger also came up with this amazing paper where he talked about uncertainty and how there's an irreducible uncertainty and it isn't going to decrease, and how we need to manage. So I think that sort of bridges both environmental flows and the science needs assessment. And I just wanted to bring it up right now, and I'll send you both those papers. And thank you very much for all your work.
Great, thank you, Deidre. That would be very helpful in being able to look at those. And I think I also agree in terms of how you actually determine what the environmental flows or the E-flows, functional flows might be, really delves into the topic of decision-making under deep uncertainty. And that might be one way of going forward as well, once the board has had a chance to look at that topic in a little more detail in the coming few months. So again, thank you.
Tom, we can see you. Are you ready to make a comment?
Yep. Can you hear me okay? I have to switch.
So far, so good.
Okay. Switch computers here. The comment I had for you, Bob, was that because we've finished that water supply reliability, or not because, we have finished it. And one of the challenges that we were confronted with, as you well know, are the how to characterize
I think we're losing you again, Tom.
I wonder, Tom, if you turned your video off, sometimes that helps.
Comment is it considers something a little more narrow, maybe the problem. Okay. Do I sound any better now?
Much better, but I think we didn't hear much of what you said. Would you restart your comment?
Sure. In the water supply reliability estimation review, one of the challenges that we identified was how you quantify environmental flows in that context. And I'm wondering if a review that was specifically focused on that problem might be a little more tractable.
Well, I think that's a good suggestion, Tom. And, you know, perhaps offline, maybe that's something that you and I could discuss over the coming weeks and just see where it goes. I would really appreciate, you know, hearing from folks who have suggestions like that, you know, I guess spur my own thinking about what we might do with E-flows in the Delta. So yeah, your suggestion is, let's follow up on it.
Yeah, because I think that would actually be a pretty valuable contribution, because the challenge with environmental flows is, you know, it has so many uses, so many applications that, and some require a lot of detail, whereas in these big models, if you don't give the modeler help, they're just going to charge ahead and do something. Having some science behind it would be extremely helpful.
Yeah, very true. So I would suggest then maybe, Tom, I'm going to be gone for a couple of weeks, but I'll be back February 9th, and maybe sometime in the week or two after I get back, we could have a phone call offline to discuss this a little more.
That would be good because Jay and I are going to do a presentation to DWR, and I'd be surprised if that doesn't come up in their discussion.
Okay, well, that'll be a follow-up item, at least for me, so good.
All right, any other comments before we wrap this one? All right, well, thanks, Bob. Let's, our next victim is Steve Brandt.
Okay, if I start breaking up, let me know and I'll turn my camera off. This one is about food webs. Recall in the pre-EIR timeframe, we talked about food webs. We actually had a panel on food webs and invited speakers. The need to understand food webs better was two of the panelists we had during the science needs assessment highlighted that as one of the top recommendations. Currently, we're thinking, and this, when I say we, it's Lisa and Lillian and Christine and I have been following through on this. And the basic question is, what do we know about food webs in the Delta, and where are the gaps in knowledge that might be valuable for management, and also gaps in techniques and approaches? I think the term food webs is used very loosely, sort of everywhere, but also in the Delta. And sometimes it refers to food resources. Sometimes it just refers to the ecosystem. When we talk about food webs, we're really talking specifically about a food web, who eats who, and what are the driving forces that impact that, in a sense. Our goal is to have a workshop and where we invite experts who are working on food webs and working on the application of food webs to modeling and food web approaches to management from outside of the area, also inside of the area, inside of the Delta, and have those groups talk and see if there's some approaches that could be adopted for to answer questions related to issues in the Delta. The kinds of questions that where food web approaches are really valuable range from looking at the impact of an invasive species, looking at ecosystem restoration, and the various components that could involve food webs, climate change impacts, and multi-species fishery management, just to name four. And the thought was to have those workshop and identify some sort of fundamental types of issues in the Delta, and then see where a food web approach and information could be of value in that. So our timeline is to put together a prospectus. We plan to do it in a workshop, hopefully a face-to-face workshop. We've talked a little bit about who we might invite. We have kind of an outline. We're hopefully to get the outline a little bit more refined with more specific groupings of the types I just mentioned, and then put that forward for a prospectus. The workshop timeframe would be in the calendar year 2023. So there's no way we could do, the time frame for us would be the earliest humanly possible would be very late summer, and the latest we want to do it is the end of the year. So that's kind of where we're sitting now. Part of the timing depends on getting our own act together and making sure we can have enough lead time for the invited speakers, and secondly, to not to overlap with other activities, although I'm not so sure we can't overlap to some degree in terms of going for October and having two workshops back to back or something like that, in particular to completely different kinds of topics. And anyway, that's sort of where we're at. I think we could certainly benefit from a couple of more members on our organizing and thinking team. So if you'd like to join Lisa and I and Lillian and Christine, let us know, and we can circle you into the conversations we're having. Lisa, anything else you want to add?
No, you did a great job, Steve. I guess in keeping with the new protocol, well, first of all, let's see what board comments, but Edmund, let me know if we have any public comments on this or on Tom's, and we'll go ahead and take those when.
There are none.
Okay, great. Simplifies our life. Okay, so any questions, comments? So just for the new, oh yeah, go ahead, Bob.
Just to remind Steve that I did volunteer for the food webs a few meetings ago, so I'm still interested in it. If you want me involved, if not, that's okay too. But no,
You're involved. Sorry, we missed you. To tell the truth, we really haven't had a specific meeting on food webs. We had a meeting. We had a meeting with the postdocs and discussed it, but that wasn't the topic.
I'm still waiting for those 4 emails a week you were sending me on this topic. But anyway, I'm in if you guys want me.
Great.
That sounds great. I'll just remind folks that the theme of the panel we had, I don't know, what is it, a year ago now, was this idea that we might need more complex models to answer some of the management questions, but not so complex models. And was there, what were some of the options? And nothing was decided about the right level of complexity or the right type of models, but that was the reason to have the workshop. Is the Delta is a little different than other systems that are less managed. And so the key question that keeps coming up is, given that you can control a lot of what goes on in the Delta, how much is a model going to tell you versus a very complex model going to tell you? So I think that's one of the key questions that we need to address with the experts. All right. Okay, well, we're ahead of schedule, so I'm just going to power through to the next one, which is also Steve Brown on the science needs assessment.
Yikes. Okay. I was looking for a break there, but that's okay. Science needs assessment. If you recall, I don't think most of you were, I know most of you were not involved in the actual science needs assessment, which was a multi-year effort. Tom and I were involved. And I know we've made presentations before, but we're finally coming to I don't want to say an end point, but at least we're getting things done. And when I say we, again, also tremendous help with Christine and Lillian on this. If you recall, the science needs assessment was a series of 4 panels followed by a workshop with some recommendations and so forth. And we had talked before about having 2 products from this effort. One product would be kind of an integrated summary of what we did and what was presented at the panels. There were some various questions, what the science needs assessment or strategic science needs assessment had to do with what would be the need for some, we know the environment's changing, we know climate is driving some of these changes. Given that, what kind of management questions would be needed in a changing Delta? And if we know the management questions, what sort of science would therefore be needed in order to address those management questions? And then finally, what sort of scientific governance or institutional arrangements would be needed in order to make that science happen? The first part of our reporting was to write up what we did and what was concluded and what was discussed and what were the recommendations. And that would be something that the board would be given copies of, but we wouldn't expect any additional board input at this stage. That document is virtually done with some minor editing this coming week, and we'll go back to the steering panel who helped organize this workshop, which included others from other agencies, particularly DPIC. This was a request made by DPIC, as well as some other agencies that were involved in all aspects of putting together these panels and workshops. But we believe the document now that is available is fairly comprehensive in the sense that it's not merely a reporting of what people said, but more of an integration of what the overall panel and workshop concluded. Some of those things, I'm just looking at the sort of the final conclusions in this document, which will only be about 10 pages long, is need for better causal understanding of the changing drivers of Delta ecosystems. None of these are very surprising. They're all things that you might expect, but this came out again from a number of different panelists as well as the workshop. We need to better understand causal understanding of changing drivers, particularly in a rapidly changing environment. We need to update and revise the monitoring so that key indicators and drivers are measured appropriately, encourage synthesis, collaboration across a range of science programs. You need effective stakeholder and interagency engagement process, and also sort of an ecosystem, complicated or complex, integrated, and connected system response to what's going on in Delta. There's also some very specific recommendations that came out of it. So now that we know sort of what's needed in the Delta strategically and so forth, sort of how do we get there? How do we make things happen? The specific recommendation has to do with this, establishing a forecasting system as a way to motivate interactions across disciplines with a specific purpose. This also provides a way to better engage stakeholders. It can integrate forecasting in general is a scientific approach that kind of helps integrate across disciplines and identify gaps in what the key drivers might be. This approach has been used in the Chesapeake and also in the Great Lakes to reasonable success, I think, in terms of motivating interagency collaboration. It also provides tools that are more of immediate use to managers. So this report will go back to the steering committee for one last look, and then we'll give it to DPIC. The second component of that, which is the recommendation about forecasting, is what we want to bring back to the board. And that would be for a board to look at those recommendations and to see whether or not this is something we want to modify, improve on, and make those specific recommendations to DPIC as an example. We were putting together a couple of 1 or 2 pages on as examples of how forecasting might be valuable and what might be done to put it together. Those are related to the topics we chose at the time were harmful algal blooms, fish habitat quality, invasive species, and water quality and supply. Those sort of 4 topics, and we've sort of put together some framework for putting together forecasting in those areas. That is the document that we want to, would only be 1 or 2 pages for each of those 4 different areas, that we'd bring back to the board for consideration to see if they want to put that into either a document or a letter or some other sort of a format that we could go forward and make a specific recommendation to DPIC that they ought to consider doing something like this for the benefit of providing that framework, not only that would be useful to management, but a framework that would be useful for science integration. And so that's kind of where we're at now. The report of what we did, and the integrated report of what we did, which should be done shortly, and depending on how long the original steering panel group takes a look at it. And then the specific recommendation that comes out of that, what we can do as a board with that recommendation to move it forward, as a specific recommendation or some sort of a recommendation to DPIC. And just, I'm sure you guys don't all keep this in your mind, but this whole effort was triggered by a letter we wrote to DPIC saying you need to do some strategic science needs assessment because of the rapid change in the Delta. Again, and DPIC then, in part of the review of science funding in the Delta, gave a charge to go ahead and do that scientific needs assessment in collaboration and co-led by DPIC and a number of other folks who are members of DPIC, and then that triggered that strategic needs assessment. So the report will be, here's what we did, and the recommendations might that come from the board, if we decide to go that route, would be, here's what we recommend, therefore, here's what we recommend to do.
So if I just want to clarify this, Steve, so what you're saying is the science needs assessment had a particular focus of how are you anticipating and being prepared to respond to rapid change, because that's what the memo was about. Is that what you're saying?
Right, right.
Okay. Is that when I heard you mention HABs, it got me thinking, could this, I don't want to derail this process you've imagined, which sounds great, but could this be a focus of where we step to with HABs? Because it does seem like they are focused on monitoring, and they have identified some science needs for forecasting, but I wondered if that might be a role for the board to put more flesh on that idea because of how you just raised that question.
Yeah, absolutely. I attended the HABs workshop, and we meaning Diane and I originally were thinking that this could very much tie into HAB forecasting. But as the HABs workshop evolved, it moved, in my view, more and more towards the monitoring and more towards the monitoring of HABs. And I think that our argument would be sort of the next maturation of this would be to think about HAB forecasting and developing a HAB monitoring program that was focused on the forecasting component, which would not just be looking at, and I know they're not only looking at HABs, but largely looking at HABs, but looking at the drivers, rainfall events, the nutrient loadings, a variety of things that might go into a HAB forecasting model that would be monitored in a way so that you could actually make forecasts, or if you can't, you could identify those things that you're not measuring that would improve those forecasts and or make them more reliable. And but I think their focus in the short workshop was largely on the measuring of HABs. That probably totally mischaracterizes it, but that was the way I was thinking about it when I watched it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Anna.
Yeah, I attended that workshop as well, and I actually do agree with your assessment, Steve. If there is an interest from you and Diane and others to explore the idea of forecasting for HABs, I'd be interested in participating in that effort as well. And I'm curious if you've thought, or if you and Diane have discussed, what timeframes you think would be most important in terms of, sort of near-term forecasting in the midst of a bloom versus seasonal versus anticipating interannual variability or trends, or all of the above, because you can imagine that different types of data, different types of models would be appropriate for these different timescales.
I think when you develop a sort of an ecosystem forecasting tool, that is basically the first question you ask, is what are the time and space scales and how accurate you need to be in terms of that forecast. And they're all interconnected, of course. And then once you have that, then the science goes into refining it to make it longer and more accurate and finer space scales, but it could work the other way as well. So, but yes, that is one of the first things you would do to make that forecast, and it could be all of the above.
I agree, of course. In some cases, if you sort of think of the analogy to weather and climate, sometimes the best way to make a climate model is not necessarily to start with the weather model and try to make it good over longer and longer periods of time, because the gap is so large. And so it may be, well, anyways, it's a really interesting topic, and I'd be excited to think about it with you and Diane and others more as opportunities arise.
Yeah, and I'd certainly be happy to talk about that. The first thing you do is talk about what you want to forecast and at what time and space scale. Then that goes towards, okay, what are the drivers that will determine that? Rather than starting out with a list of drivers and then saying, okay, what can we forecast with that? You start at the end and work your way back, because some things may become irrelevant in terms of your forecast. You may not need to know, the molecular structure of something in order to forecast it.
Well, it sounds like a timely conversation, given that they're just setting up some ideas for monitoring. So, as a modeler who's tried to use monitoring data before. I can tell you, it's the biggest wish is that you could have been there when they designed the monitoring system. So maybe that's a reason to prioritize them. Any other comments or questions? All right, well, we still are ahead of schedule, so I'll go ahead with the next topic. I'm the one reporting out this time about the decision making under deep uncertainty, or what specifically we're calling it science supporting decision making under deep uncertainty, formerly the Futures Project, which you'll remember was renamed because of confusion with prior efforts that had been called Delta Futures and things. And we've already had a lot of discussion about this, so I'm going to keep this relatively brief, but you'll remember that our general goal is to build understanding of how uncertainty is being handled now, and we're having some questions about whether we're looking at all uncertainty or only deep uncertainty, which again, I'll remind you, deep uncertainty is the system variability that cannot be well characterized with existing data models and understanding. And there's often controversy over exactly what the uncertainty is you're dealing with. So that's deep uncertainty, but there's a little bit of I see it as a continuum between things you can characterize probabilities of, but still don't pay attention to, and then the deep uncertainty of I couldn't even tell you the probability if I wanted to. So, I don't know that we need to draw a bright line there, but the idea is, how is that being handled now, and what are some opportunities to use it to help address management questions? We haven't narrowed which management questions to focus on. I think having heard Laurel's presentation today, I'm thinking we want to stay away from flood risk, but probably stick more to other environmental management concerns. Since our last update, some ISB members have reviewed a plan that Chelsea Batavia and Stephen Elster have developed to collect information on how future scenarios specifically and deep uncertainty concepts are being used within the Delta Science Enterprise. So we think this will be a good first step to just see, what's the state of the science. And they're planning to start with a web search and interviews with key informants. And the web search is going to be supported by the postdocs, Lillian and Christine. And then they're going to organize that information. They're going to develop kind of a coding system to help us understand how frequently different types of approaches are being used and what are the intended end uses of those scenarios. And I'll just take a moment in case anyone's listening that does use scenarios in the Delta Science Enterprise. If anyone wants to share information on how they are using scenario planning or other types of uncertainty analyses in the Delta for decision support, we're putting up Chelsea Batavia's email, and please go ahead and email any information or programs that use scenarios, and particularly for uncertainty analysis, to Chelsea. So our plan is to develop our prospectus in a little more detail by April of this year and hold a workshop this calendar year. So I'm hearing a lot of workshops this calendar year. We may have to adaptively manage. In addition, because this is a joint exercise with the Delta Science program, we wanted to plan a few seminars to share information about practical ideas and approaches around this topic. Because, there is some concern that when you start talking about decision making under deep uncertainty and you use these jargony terms, that you're just going to go off in a way that's not very practical or applied for real management decisions. But we really feel strongly there is a lot of overlap with this, what has been perhaps an academic discipline, but it has a lot of very clear ramifications for how decisions can be improved, hopefully. So with that, I'll just say that, we do want the board's support. We've already received a lot of feedback, so we're not looking for any immediate feedback right now, other than if folks want to make any recommendations about areas to focus on. Or I'm also curious about if we do plan some joint seminars with the Delta Science program, do people want us to try to time those in any particular way with respect to the ISB meetings? Stay away from them, be near them, so you're working on Delta stuff in the same week. That's one of my questions. But other than that, we're not looking for too much info right now. But we'll take any comments or questions. And I noticed Chelsea has also joined us on the line. And any others who've been contributing to this effort, feel free to speak up and add to that. Someone want to add anything? Okay, well, there be other opportunities for input. I'm a little worried. I mean, I hear a lot of seminars. I know we're all busy, and you're not expected to necessarily go to these seminars, but I do think it would help. It would eventually help the board, feel like they're contributing to this product if they did participate in some of these joint seminars with the Delta Science Plan. So we'd like to try to figure out a way to make that accessible. They'll be online. They won't be long, hour and a half, I'm imagining. So we have some time for discussion. And we'll, of course, want to bring in speakers and topics that engage a lot of members of the science enterprise. So we're still working out a lot of details. And, Laurel's not even here oh, Laurel is here. Laurel, do you have any thoughts you want to add on that joint effort?
I don't think so. I apologize. I had to join late because I had another meeting that was ending, but I'm really excited about the effort. I think, I've been engaged in a lot of discussions about scenario planning lately and learning a little bit more about the constraints that agencies are under in thinking about the future and how they're just really constrained with respect to computational time and staff time. And I think doing a deep dive to understand what the current barriers are, and then what some of the strategies for realistically considering deep uncertainty and integrating that into how scenarios are prioritized could be quite beneficial to the agencies. And I mean, that's the meeting that I was just in that caused me to show up late to this discussion, was having discussions to that end, like how out of the universe of scenarios, how do we pick the scenarios that would really advance our planning and preparedness for the future? So just wanted to underscore the importance of this effort and my excitement about the ISB choosing to spend time on this in collaboration with the Delta Science Program.
Well, and it's really, I mean, of course, what you just said raises all kinds of other questions about, are we enabling the kind of models that let us do scenario analysis? And that, that's for the collaboratory meeting, probably. There's some bigger structural issues with how we do modeling. And maybe that's not very easy to change. I already know it's not very easy to change. It may not even be desirable to change, but it's certainly worth thinking about whether there are other types of models that might be created to support scenario analysis that aren't the same ones. So anyway, there's plenty of discussion there. Any other topics? Comments? Nothing. Okay, we've already talked about this a lot, so we can go ahead and wrap this up right now. Chelsea, did you want to add anything about data collection efforts or anything?
I don't think so. Thank you, Lisa. I think you covered it well.
Okay, great. All right, well, then I think we are due for a break. Oh,
public comments.
Yeah, I did remember I was going to come to you. Yes, what are the public comments?
Yes, we have one public comment from Deirdre Dan and also Lawrence Abbott. We will go in the order that I called your name. So first up will be Deirdre. Deirdre, you have the ability to unmute your microphone. Thank you.
Thanks. So I spent the last 6 months doing a really comprehensive review of recent research on climate modeling and drought and atmospheric rivers. And I went through about 500 papers, and I realized there's a real need for synthesis. And I realized the way to structure it is probably the same way that the sea level rise literature is synthesized in sea level rise planning, where you look at, the spread of potential a model projections, and you rank it based on risk, and you sort of have an a priori weighting of the models. And then you look at lines of evidence for the higher risk scenarios. And it needs a synthesis of the observational evidence and computational evidence and recent research. And it really needs to be done by a whole panel, including some good climate scientists. And I've sort of been doing it on my own because I'm a high bandwidth sort of person, and I made some connections that people hadn't made. But I was going to produce some drafts of something like it for the Independent Science Board to look at, and also the Water Board, because there's critical decisions coming up. But I think it's I really want to point to, I've seen papers, sea level rise for practitioners, and I think we need to have a kind of like climate science for practitioners. This is what recent research says on droughts. This is what recent research says on the Pacific Decadal Oscillation, and which drives cycles between wet cycles and dry cycles. Because I'm finding the research has changed enormously. What happened was they have a catalog now of atmospheric rivers, and they're using machine learning techniques to do data mining, and it's changing what we know quite rapidly. So I just wanted to throw that out there, and I'll also send some follow-up materials, but I think it's an important way of framing it.
Thank you, Deirdre. I think that making science accessible has also come up as an equity issue, and so it really is an important issue overall. We have one more public comment, right?
Yep. Next is from Lawrence Abbott. Lawrence, you have the ability to unmute your microphone. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I wanted to make this comment at the end, but I actually have to leave soon, so I'll make it now. I'm real concerned about what's happening in the southern part of the Delta, the southeast part, with the city of Lathrop and all the development that's planned in that area. And I don't really understand the mechanism of how the Science Board weighs in on things like that. To accomplish all the development in Lathrop and to get around legislation that was passed by the state, by Sacramento, they developed a plan to raise the height of the levees and reinforce the levees on both sides of the San Joaquin River. And then a bunch of other cities signed in on that project. It was the fastest, cheapest way to allow for a massive amount of development. What I'm concerned about is that's right at the point where there's been flooding in the past, and it has a very specific capacity before it floods. And also, I don't know if any of you ever get a chance to do field trips. If you do get a chance to do a field trip in Lathrop, it's unbelievable how they've turned the Sacramento River into a giant channel, basically, with a very, very steep levee walls from the top down to the river, where if you slip off the edge, you're pretty much going all the way down to the river, and it's a long ways down now. They've really raised the height, higher than the tops of the roofs of the house. And I don't know if you know this, but whenever developers come in, they try to recoup their investment on the land, which is usually pretty cheap anyway, because they're buying, floodplain land. And the first thing they do is they spend a few years selling the soil there. So by the time they put the homes in, the elevation of the homes is pretty close to sea level, sometimes below sea level, which makes it even worse in a flood situation. And then also when they're planting trees, since I'm an arborist, it's really frustrating because they're planting trees now in the subsoil. The soil's gone, and so their roots are, more prone to trees falling over in the rain and not even growing, being stunted and whatnot. But the solution, to me, a better solution, since the houses are there and they are planning on doing all this development, would be to create a bypass similar to the Yellow River bypass that they could do at Paradise Cut, but the city is planning on actually developing very rapidly all in that area, so that, and they didn't want to do any partnerships with the state or the feds to solve, to really have a good long-term solution to flood control, because they just wanted to expedite it and get it done quickly. But I don't know where to go or how to even start, the process for looking into possibilities of major changes to the Delta that could, allow for a bypass, even though I'm sure that's the best solution. So I just wanted to plant a seed in your guys' brains to maybe have a field trip and look at what's going on down there, because, we can have the best science, but if the science is being usurped by, development from cities, then, all the studies in the world aren't going to help so much. And I'm worried that's what's going to happen with the spread of all these communities into the Delta. Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you. Very interesting points. We don't normally get involved in anything we would consider strictly a policy decision, but we are interested in more systematic policy issues and how science is being used. And so it's possible there's some overlap there. We appreciate you drawing your attention to that issue. I said we were going to take a break, but then I had the luxury of having some time to look ahead on the agenda, and we really just have 3 very short agenda items. So I think we should just try to get through and finish. So really, we need to plan for what's coming up next. So we have some upcoming ISB meetings. We're planning the February meeting to be the video conference like this. And the main agenda items there will be the EIS review, and hopefully by then we'll have some kind of draft work plan that we can look at. And then we are planning an in-person meeting in March. Do we have those dates fixed now, Edmund? Do you want to weigh in quickly here?
Yeah, it'll be March 27th to 29th.
Okay, so hopefully everyone's got that on their calendars and is prepared to travel. Of course, we'd always like to see everyone in person so we can have our opportunities for things like field trips. So do you want to tell us anything about those field trips right now, Edmund, or are plans too tenuous at this point?
I think they're very tentative at this point, but we are in the process of planning a boat tour to get the ISB a better understanding of the hydrology, hydrodynamics, and water quality, and also getting a view of the central delta and levees from a boat perspective. But nothing has been confirmed yet, but we are in the process of planning.
Yeah, and we're hoping to have some opportunities there to finalize some products, possibly hear from DPIC representatives. So it should be a very interesting meeting. Any comments from anybody about those upcoming meetings? Any concerns? And of course, the February, we would be looking to have a motion on this, whatever EIS review letter we've come up with. Hopefully it'll be in decent shape by then. Yeah, Bob.
Can you remind me of the date for the February meeting?
I think we went ahead and kept it at February 15th, but I'm going to defer to Edmund here.
That is correct, February 15th.
Yeah, we talked about moving it, and then once we realized the deadline for the EIS had been extended, we kept it at February 15th. So that's probably what confused you. Will you be back by then?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, great. Okay. Okay, that's all I've got here. I think I'll move on to agenda item 8 then, and have Edmund give us the review of items for follow-up.
Yes, so today during the council report and Delta lead scientist report, there was a series of events and products that the ISB might be interested in. So we'll send those out as part of the post-meeting materials. This includes registration being open for the DPIC Delta Restoration Forum on February 8th. Some of the video recordings from the harmful algal blooms workshop from this past fall, and also when products like the summary are available, we'll make sure that you'll have those as part of your meeting materials. Laurel also mentioned that the VA's workshop is happening today. Once the recording is available for that, we'll also send it out as part of your post-meeting materials. During the Delta Lead Scientist report, Bob was interested in learning more about the social consequences of the recent storms in California. And Laurel Larson recommended contacting the Delta Protection Commission about a potential presentation. So that's something that we'll follow up with the chairship for discussion for planning for future meetings. For the in terms of the follow-up items for the scientific basis report for the voluntary agreements, the board agreed that Lisa and Steve will submit a letter to the board before February 8th, that there is not enough time for the board to provide comment and request an extension and also seek any feedback on how a Delta ISB review could be useful. In terms of potential leads, Bob is interested, but we need some parameters about the review before taking it on. I'll take a pause there in case there's anything to add or correct. All right, if not, oh, sorry.
I was going to say sounded good to me.
If not, for the environmental impact statement, Lisa and Steve will take the comments from today on the EIS to draft a comment letter. It will reference the EIR, highlights some comments from the EIR review, and also any new comments on the EIS. A copy of this letter will be sent out for your review and discussion at your February meeting to discuss whether it's ready to go out for the Army Corps. There is interest to seek a lead for that. So if you decide after the meeting that you would like to help lead the effort in drafting that letter, just let staff know. In terms of your other review activities, the subsidence reversal is working on a prospectus with the goal of having a workshop in the fall, likely in October. Environmental flows, the current plan is to not include it in the work plan for this year, but this may change as the Delta ISB reviews the VA scientific basis report, and Bob and Tom will also have a call later in February to discuss some ideas based off the water supply reliability estimation review. Food Webs is also currently in the process of working on a prospectus with the idea of having a late summer at the earliest workshop. I'll take a pause there if there's any corrections before wrapping up the follow-up items.
We had a couple hands appear. Yeah, so Steve had a hand, Inga has a hand. Go ahead, Inga.
Thank you. Yes, I'm happy to help with the letter for the EIS report. Volunteering.
Thank you. Thank you for stepping up, Inga. Yeah, I think you had some good comments and that will be very helpful. Steve, did you want to comment on something earlier?
Just a general thing, nothing to do with what Edmund had said, but let's not forget we still need someone to volunteer to be the next chair. And first one who volunteers gets put on the agenda quickly.
Well, and also, I think we can try like giving people some tastes of what it's like, and then maybe that can help people see what they're in, get a better sense of the job. So that's partly what I'm doing at the moment. So.
All right, and just to wrap it up with some of the joint efforts, in terms of the science needs assessment, the postdocs are currently in the process of finishing up the executive summary for the science needs assessment workshop and seminar series. That will soon go to the planning team of the workshop for review and comments, and later it will be brought to the board for discussion. I'm gonna mix up the title, but for science decision under deep uncertainty, I'll come up with that. I'll do better in the future. Right now, if you have any information on the use of scenario planning or any type of uncertainty analysis in Delta decision support, please send that over to Chelsea. And then the team is also working on a prospectus for a workshop and seminar series for later this year. And that's all I have for follow-up items, unless there's anything else anyone would like to add or correct.
I think that covers it. I guess the only other thing was we start, and you again, you might have said it. The idea that the HAB group might coalesce around the forecasting idea. Did you fit that in there?
Yeah, I can clarify it as part of the science needs assessment, since
Yeah.
I think that about building off of recommendations from that.
Yeah, and I guess to me, in my head, we need to clarify whether it's instead of or just in addition to what Steve was envisioning of these 2 pages per topic. So would maybe this one would go deeper instead of being a 2-pager. But that's up to the folks involved. Okay, all right. Okay, next we probably have another agenda item. So we need to take, are there any public comments for this agenda item?
Yeah, there is a public comment from Deirdre. Deirdre, you have the ability to unmute your microphone. Thank you.
Yeah, so we have been focusing our advocacy efforts recently more on climate adaptation and best available science. And I did want to say we've gotten a lot more attention since helping save the Delta Independent Science Board. So that's been helpful. I did want to launch a Twitter campaign supporting the Delta ISB's review of adaptive management and supplemental voluntary agreement scientific basis report with cute signs from the March for Science, like a kid holding a sign saying, what do we want? Evidence-based policy. When do we want it? After peer review. So I just thought I'd inform you of that. I hope that it would be helpful. And I understand that you can't give permission for such outside agitation. Thank you.
Thank you, Deirdre. Nope, but no comment. Yeah. Any other comments?
No additional public comments.
Okay. All right, well then we'll wrap up that agenda item. And then our last agenda item is just public comments on anything not on the agenda.
There are none.
Okay, and do we have any final comments from the board? Seeing none, I will now call this meeting to an end. We can adjourn. Thank you all for your time and effort. A lot of good discussions today, and we seem to have taken on a lot, so I guess we'll get to work. So thank you all.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.